Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to you wherever you are in the world. I hope you're all good and I hope you are all well. Sorry for the 4-minute delay. One of the things I love is always being here. So when that hits 9 o'clock, I push go live. But we had couldn't find vape emergency and that had to be solved. It has been solved. We're good to go. I hope everyone is doing very, very well. We will be live this time every Sunday. I'm still trying to get the swing of things work-wise and doing the sleep math to get the right sleep and not be shattered. I am going to try and do at least one during the week, but it will be, let's work out the time here, 1 p.m. Toronto time to 1 p.m. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. UK time, which is 8 p.m. Toronto time, to 3 p.m. 3 a.m. Oh my God, I've lost all tracks of days, hours, weeks, months, but I hope we're all good and well. All we can say is, my good God, since I've been employed, things are happening at Tottenham. Maybe me in work is the key to Tottenham's rise. My God, is there a lot going on? There's a lot to talk about. I hope all of you are good and well. We're going to see if we can go for a long marathon show today, because obviously I have to keep my body clock in check, ready to start work at 11:30 p.m. tomorrow. But enough about me. I hope you all had a good weekend. A lot to talk about since we last had a late night Lilywhite. Robertson in, Senesi in. Obviously, Van Hecke and Savinho could be on the way. What the hell is happening at Tottenham? Season ticket renewal date is over, so the normal let's get these names out there and then go quiet. That's elapsed. That's passed. News of players here, there, and everywhere. Obviously, not all of them are going to be true. Loads of rumours floating about, but Robertson in, yeah, I'm okay. Not wowed with amazement, but I'm kind of understanding it for off the field attributes. Senesi, my God, what a signing. Van Hecke will be another great one. Savinho, again, all the potential in the world and could become a superstar, but at the moment, no consistency or tangible numbers, but he's been at Man City and hardly played. But let's start getting into the show. And Scott M, I saw you're the first message. I saw this before when I was setting the show up, and I can't remember whose show I was watching at some point today, and I saw you say I just flicked on and you left a comment that said Danso's a 4 out of 10 every game. So we'll be having words during this show, I'm sure. But this one did make me laugh, because my boy Alfie going to the sporting state that is my Arsenal over here. You're just combining my heartbreak with my rage, which is fair play to you. Chef up north, big up to everyone. That was me. That was meant to be 2 mins, everyone. I don't know why I did but as you do. Oh, thanks a lot, Brandon. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you're good as well as Busy Ends. I hope you are good, geezer. I hope the family are well. Big up to you, George. Yes, please hit that like button if you can. And we've already got a super chat, and it's from Mr. Michael Hellman. How are we, my man? I finally processed we are still in the Prem. Took a couple of weeks to get over. Oh, mate. Honestly, mate, first of all, thank you for the super chat. It's much appreciated as always. Such a kind person that always supports this channel with super chats and membership. And thank you very much indeed, buddy. Mate, what is there to say? After the season finished, obviously, it came to the point of right, that's over. There's no celebration. It's just released. And now the hard work starts. And if someone had said to any of us, let's say as soon as the January window shut, that these potential, let's say the 4 come in, will be done before the window opens, not only would we not believe it, we'd all snap your hands off. So it's very exciting if all this comes off. We've been burnt before. I do think Van Hecke gets done before Thursday. Savinho, I don't know, but I think it goes through, but he's not on international duty at the World Cup with Brazil, so the urgency isn't there. But it would have taken some time to get over the vertigo of what has been a horrific couple of years Premier League-wise. But once again, Michael, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Beto, big up to you. COYS. What the Van Heck? I love that quote. Mate, I'll tell you what, one of the weird things with working this shift that I do is my lunch break, if you want to call it lunch break, is 3:30 a.m., which I think is it's 8:30 at home. And I went out to have my vape, and the Van Hecken news had just broken. I was like, what the hell is going on? But De Zerbi, I'll show. Here we go. In the first tweet, Billy T's retweeted it, or tweeted it. Let me just get it up. It's great to hear that he said, I'm only talking to Tottenham, Van Hecke now. He's only talking to Tottenham. But let me just share this tweet. Let me just do our first share of the evening, shall we? I do love a good share. Right, Twitter. Okay, so this is Van Hecke's post when De Zerbi left. And if I remember how to zoom in, it's bloody Instagram. So there we go. So Van Hecke literally said, Gaffer, thank you very much. You changed my life. I'm really thankful for what you did for me. I'm really upset at you leaving. And then Billy has said, Van Hecke's post went up, Robertson De Zerbi left. It was never a race. I've said it on previous streams and tweets. If it weren't for De Zerbi, this still don't happen. In my opinion, it just does not get off the ground. So looking forward to seeing him. Can't wait to see him. Besso, good day to you as well, brother. Good day to you. All good, my man. Mate, sort up. There you go. Look, it's all sorted. It was found. I need to get one of those whistles, so or those key rings, so it makes noises when I'm losing it. But we've got it. We've got it. Enoch out all day, every day. A dear friend, Mr. Jason Groves over in Halifax. How are you, sir? Long time no see or speak. I hope all is good with you. Mr. Jonathan Boyd, all is wonderful with me. I hope everything is all good with you. Mate, the puns are coming out all over the shop. You got to love a good pun. You've got to love a good pun. Sadly, at Spurs, the more things don't change. Yeah, again, Scott, well, we're going to have to see. What I will say, I did a couple of things with Ben, updates with Ben, as in We Are Tottenham TV yesterday and today. Should these 4 deals get done? Should. And should they get wrapped up this week, let's say? To get 4 deals done before the window even opens is an incredible feat from any team, let alone what we do. That by no means does that mean just because you've done very well in the first few weeks after the season finished that you just take your foot off the gas. That by no means does that mean you get away with doing that. But we're going to have to see what happens. Apparently he hasn't. Jonathan, Enoch came out. The Levy Trust came out and said we know nothing about this. This is the kind of sagas that just make us look like a company that doesn't know the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So apparently they're not sold, and apparently Levy doesn't have to tell Enoch if he does sell them on when he sells them and who he sells. I don't know all that financial jargon and what they have to do, but apparently his shares are still his. It was a wonderful few hours that I had thinking we were a Levy free zone, and then it was taken away from us. Big up to you, Jack. I hope you're good and well. I really do. Mate, I haven't been watching. Like I said, once the Raptors go out, I don't really watch them. I just keep an eye on the scores. I don't keep it up. But I do know, actually, what am I talking about? I do know, because you may be saying, let's go the New York Knicks. But this man here is very much San Antonio Spurs. If I know I'm right with this. So it's going to be very, very interesting. I don't know what the score is, but always good to be in a final. What's up, Ron? What's up, Geezer? I hope you're good. There you go. I was right. I didn't even look at that. Look who's joined the chat. Here we go. Scott. Oh, Scott. I'm sorry. We are Spurs TV. I hope you're good and well, buddy. Yeah, the Andy Robertson one. I'm meh. He's come in. Again, I am one of those that think what he brings off the pitch is going to be more valuable than what he's going to offer on the pitch. And I hope Spurs use it to as backup or whatever with Destiny's Fitness to try and scout the right one to take over as number one left back. But with Senesi, Van Hecke, Savinho, and with Savinho, I feel the same. So the two left-sided players, I think we could have done better. But let's face it, our squad's the Andy Robertson, unfortunately or unfortunately, comes in. He's our best left back. And if Savinho comes in, and again, this is even easier or not hard, Savinho becomes our best left winger, which just goes to show the standard of our squad. So it was, but I hope you're good. We are Spurs TV. I love it. Do you know what, Chef Up North? The shift that I'm doing, as I said, it's been very hard. When I get home and it's daylight and whatever, I haven't been able to get my sleep pattern right. So when I wake up, I did on Friday. I slept really, really well. I think I might have cracked it. But when I go into the office and we are the only team there and the trainers at the moment that's training us, and then when you go out on your breaks or you literally, it's just quiet and peaceful. It's lovely. I'm walking home in the sun before it gets too boiling hot. Walking home at 8 o'clock in the morning is lovely. I mean, it will change drastically for me when it was role reversal and it's winter and having to get to work those times. But I am actually quite enjoying it, and I'm very happy that they made the training the same as the shift time in case I would have missed all the World Cup. So I'm happy with what's going on at the moment. I'll tell you that, mate. There, like the Belgian barrier, there seems to be a Dutch connection building, and obviously we have Xavi coming back once he's fit in 2027. We're going to go from the Belgian barriers to the Dutch destroyers as centre backs. We'll have to wait and see. Exactly. Well, for me, Billy, this is exactly it. And one thing I will say that I think is big that Spurs have done. Van Hecke comes in, it is for Romero. And for once, Spurs bringing a player in before letting a player go. And then we're getting left short. And then all the other teams knowing that we've got money always screws us over. So Van Hecke in, Romero out. They've done it right. Scott, you're right. You're right, and we're going to have to see what they do this window. Michael, do you know I can't see. I know why I can see with people saying Chelsea are rebuilding, blah blah. Man City without Pep, blah blah. I cannot see top four. I cannot. For me, going into the season, my ambition is get back into the top 8 and win the FA Cup. I'm going to do this gradually. I can't see us jumping up into the top 4. I mean, I'd be amazed and delighted if we did. I'm just not going to set my standards that high right now anyway. Do you know what? So this discussion and this point is really, really coming up a lot. I've said to a few people, I don't know how you guys feel. I'll see if you guys. But I mean, I think at the moment with Spurs and Brighton in deadlock talks, and obviously they've got to try and find a little bit more money. Shocking. I would love to see Vuskovic sign a contract and go on loan to replace Van Hecke for a season, which will allow Brighton to have a ready-made replacement, stature, I mean, build-wise, physique-wise, whatever. We'll finally get to see what he can do in the Premier League. Brighton develop players brilliantly, and then he comes back to Tottenham. And then, and Scott M's going to love what I say, if Vuskovic goes out on loan again, whether it be England, back to Germany, whatever, and if he smashes it out the park, then I think you have to get rid of Danso for the next season and have Vuskovic and Van Hecke. I think he needs one more loan. I really do, because if he stays here, whether he starts every single game or a majority of games is questionable. And he needs to carry on getting first-team football to carry on his education. But I desperately want to see him in a Spurs shirt, desperately. And if he has a great World Cup, then it may give Spurs more pause for thought and thinking. But if he has a great World Cup with this new contract, Vuskovic will have a lot of power. A lot of power. No, listen, Scott, he's a very, very good defender. He is a very, very, very good defender. His passing, like Senesi's, is great. He is a very, very good defender. And if I remember, he's only 23. Am I right? Let me just check. Van Hecke. Jean-Paul Van Hecke. Let's have a look. How old is he? No, he's 25. Sorry, he's 25. So best years ahead of him. I think it's an incredible bit of business. Honestly, I think he is a very, very, very good defender. I really do. Vuskovic selling for a fortune with the 2 year. Yeah, Michael, look, they're already talking, and it's just social media rumors. They're already talking bids of 60 million. Without me trying to sound too Enoch or too Daniel Levy, we bought him for like 12 million. The guy hasn't kicked the ball for us apart from at Reading. And then you sell him for 60 mil. Buyback would have to be on. Listen, I don't want us to sell him. Under no circumstances do I want him sold at all. I want him to sign a new contract. He's going to be a behemoth for whatever football club he goes to. And after all the work of Spurs scouting him at 16, to not see him in a Spurs shirt will be criminal. But I think and I would rather if he went on loan, he went to the Premier League, where we will see him at close quarters. He will understand the league and get to know the league properly and play regularly. And I think it's win-win for Tottenham. But that's just my opinion. Matthew Goodman, how are you, sir? I hope you are good and well. It's your birthday today. And are we talking yours? So wait a minute. It's June the 8th back home now, isn't it? So happy birthday to you, brother. What I will say is the best people are born in June or celebrate anniversaries in June. June is a wicked month. So now that it's Monday back home, Monday 2 weeks in England, it's my birthday and my 12th wedding anniversary. Happy 37th birthday, brother. I hope you have a great day and a fantastic year ahead. Always COYS. Whilst we are Spurs TV saying, maybe he did sell his shares and Enoch just didn't. Yeah, look, the Levy Trust apparently has come out, and the Levy Trust, like I said, I don't trust anything with Daniel. I don't trust anyone associated with Daniel Levy to tell me the right time, let alone shares and everything. So who knows? Whenever it's come to this, as you know, we are Spurs TV and everyone. How many times have we heard the rumours that the club's been sold or shares have been got, and then it takes over the news for days, and then it just drops. Then it just drops, and it's all not spoken about. So until there is an official announcement saying this is what's happened with his shares or whatever, I'm just not going to listen to it. It's if it. Do you know what? Like I said, if he wants to play 3-5-2, then it could, maybe there is room for Vuskovic. Maybe there is room for Vuskovic. with rotation and whatever. And what we've got to remember as well, people go, "Oh, we're only playing one game a week, so there's not going to be rotation." Well, of course, there'll be rotation if you want to keep players fit and sharp and have different players with different attributes to play against different opponents. Of course, there'll be rotation. Hopefully, Porro will start getting a rest a bit more if we can find someone suitable or Spence develops. It's all about rotation and building a squad. So if he plays 3-5-2, and you've got to remember, going into this, De Zerbi said when he came, "I'm not changing anything here. I just want to do the basics because it's too much just to get over the line. But pre-season will be my way." So we're going to see completely different football to what we saw at the end of last season. And it's something to look forward to. Yeah, this is one thing I was saying. Once Van Hecke's in, I would say, apart from outgoings, that defensive line is taken care of. There is no work that needs to be added to it. Once Van Hecke's in, it's like, right, defense lockdown, midfield and front line, and the front line needs open heart surgery. And it's all well and good if Savinho comes in and Savinho and Kudus start doing very well down the wing and whipping in quality. If there's no striker of quality, it ain't going to matter. So this is why I'm also, if we can get these deals done before the window opens, we've got a lot more time to look at very, very key and precise areas. Not saying, well, we need this, and this. It's like, we need this and we need this. And I'm talking striker, midfielder, and hopefully another left winger. And it's not just Savinho. But it's the biggest one, Sam. It's the biggest issue for me. If we don't get a striker in and a striker of supreme quality, it's not been a good window for me. It'll be once again, we've got people that we can't score goals, which is why we've been 17th, and you neglect getting a striker. But we shall see. Michael, that I can appreciate. That I can completely appreciate with. That I can completely big up Aussie COYS. Big up. Jerry boy, big up. Would you rather have oh my God. So what I will say, I'm going to star it because let's see what the chat say. Let's have a chat on it. If you could have Savinho or Leao, people, just one word answer. Who are you going for? The one thing I will say, Leao is a complete showboat. And on his day, he could be electric. But other days, he could be off key. I've seen a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's outstanding," but I'm seeing more and more people say, "Yeah, he's just a showboat." I mean, I a couple of years ago when we played them in the Champions League, Milan, in the first leg he was brilliant. It's like, oh my God, Savinho. The thing with him is, I think this is actually a player, if we get him, that has so much potential, like oozes quality and bags and bags of potential. And when it comes to, well, you got to remember what I would say with Savinho. Savinho will be a player if he comes in that I can't remember a player. Sorry, let me rephrase that. When we were growing up, or when I was growing up, and before I moved here, Spurs have always had that one player like a Gaza, a Van der Vaart, a Bale, a Ginola, that when he gets the ball, the anticipation in the crowd just, oh my God, something. And I think Savinho can be that player that when the excitement that he's about to do something and create something, or a bit of magic, a bit of Brazilian skills and all that, it's his end product. So I wanted Rashford, but he said already no. I think I would say Savinho. Joe. But let's see, what have people mainly gone for? We got some Leaos, got a couple of Savios. It's very mixed. Very, very mixed, but that's a great question. Get the questions in. Let's have a really interactive one this evening. No one in that his right mind would overlook Vuskovic. Maybe, yeah. There's been things that I've seen that he's prepared to sign a bumper contract, but now there's other things that he's not prepared to sign a bumper contract. Vuskovic is such an in-demand player and such a talent that I've worked out that everyone's going to talk about him. And when I say everyone, I mean the journalist of this and try it. I'm just to see how it goes. I think he does sign a new contract. I would like to see him go on a Premier League loan. But you got to remember, if he goes and has an outstanding World Cup for Croatia, then Spurs might be, wait a minute, we're not sending him out on loan. He is part of this football team. But we'll see. Romero just is so hard, and he's seen, and his injuries, Michael, he picks them up. I just think it's best for both parties that he leaves. I do want to. I'm just going to quickly skip a few messages because I've just seen my man Leo is in the chat from Mile High Hotspur. I just want to quickly say something because I've got a lot of time for Leo. I really do. And I tuned into his show last night just as he was wrapping up, and he was speaking about obviously his journey with sobriety that he's going through for a certain thing, and he's smashing it. I think it's 64 or 65, 66 days, whatever it is. Around that, which when you're battling any addiction or any problem is something to be proud of. But then he also opened up very much about my number one subject, which is more important to me than Tottenham, that is mental health. Leo, you know you got my number. If you ever need to chat or anything, you know that I'm just a phone call or message away, buddy. And I hope it's all good and well with you. Sorry about that. We'll go back in order now, but I did see Leo in the chat, and I was meant to reach out to him yesterday, but I completely forgot. Top four, yeah. Look, Scott, you know what it is? People are there's so many people right now. If we look at it, Arsenal are going to spend, let's take the filth out of it. Man U with Carrick. Liverpool, obviously with Viola, it's a period of change, or it's either going to go really, really well. Chelsea can't spend money. Obviously, Villa and other people. There's a lot of teams. I think, what is it, 9? Was it 9 new managers in the Premier League? Some ridiculous stat. What we got to remember is we're spending well, or looks like we're planning to spend well. But the other teams will strengthen as well, and they'll strengthen hard. So, do you know what? Spurs could throw a massive. I can't remember saying this stuff. Could throw, not that I believe it, a massive load of money at this. And Spurs could all of a sudden go, right, with De Zerbi and sail up the league. Not saying winning the league, but they could challenge. They could. This is all parallel universe. But I'm not prepared myself to say, right, from 2 17th positions, so much work to be done. I'm going to say top 4, top 5, whatever. So I think I'm being realistic in saying top 8 and take the FA Cup deadly serious. And I mean deadly serious, because I still can't believe come the next final, it'll be 36 years, not only since we've won it, but since we've been in a final, which at Tottenham Hotspur is totally unacceptable. But we shall see. We shall see. But I like I said, I'm going for top 8 as we stand and win the FA Cup. I think De Zerbi will play Van der Ven left back. See, there's big talk about this, Ozzy. There's big talk about this, but isn't it nice right now to have these kind of issues? Like, rather than saying, right, if Destiny's out, we're going to play Spencer a right back at left back. It's like, right, if Destiny's out, let's just pretend Destiny is number 1. Andy Robertson or Van der Ven, because I think Sousa will get on loan. Then you've got Senesi, Danso, Van Hecke. Maybe if Van der Ven's going to play a bit more left back, Vuskovic. Porro and whoever, Spence at the moment, right back. How refreshing is it going to have those kind of options? He has said he wants Paulinho, but yeah, I think a lot of it is rumours, a lot of it is gossip, and I think the journalists have clocked it that Spurs, if you just put, just put any names out, and Spurs fans, I don't mean us, but on whole, will flock around it like pigeons at Trafalgar Square. This one with Cody Gakpo, which is a non-starter, not happening. And straight away, bang, let's jump on it. We're going to have to see what we do. But I think we might make some moves during the World Cup. I honestly do. But I'm not saying great quality or superstars or whatever, but I just got a feeling that this is going to be a busy summer. Whether it works, we've had busy summers before and they've fallen flat on our face. And we're going to have to see. Actually, top 1 year, you promoted it. We're going for the championship. No, remember that? Not, and I'm joking, in a complete tongue-in-cheek when I say this, and people don't think I'm like, have you seen that crazy stat about the season? Leicester finished 17th, their points, their goals for, goals difference, wins, and then they went on and done that. We're not doing that, by the way. We're not doing that. But it's just insane. I'm the same as you, Ozzy. If we get top 8 next season and win the FA Cup for 17th, to get up to 8th will be incredible. Do you know what? Let's change this to get over 40 points. Or did we end up with over 40 points this season? Did we finish with over Premier League table? Did we get over 40 points? Oh, we did. 41. Get in there. Okay, so I was about to say just get over 40 points. We've done that, completed it. Exactly. I honestly think with no European football, Michael, the FA Cup, as much as I'd love the League Cup, people that have watched me or seen me or know me personally will know that cup is everything to me. Everything. If Spurs went on to win the FA Cup, my celebrations would be absolutely legendary. And I hope I get to relive it again. Let's have a look. Chef Up North, not having European football limits our our options of types of quality we can bring in. I'd love Guirassy. I would love Guirassy, Chef Up North. Adeyemi, so many people are talking about. I haven't really watched a lot of him. So I know people that really do want Adeyemi. So the more and more I hear it, the more and more you hear good things. Guirassy, I'd absolutely love. You say that, Chef Up North, and I do agree with you with 17th, 2 places, 17th and out of Europe. But Van Hecke, obviously that's deserving link. Senesi could have gone elsewhere. Savinho, potential. Well, we'll see at the end of the window. But it's definitely had an impact. It's definitely had an impact for goddamn sure. Yeah, but you know what, Michael? I think if he came to Tottenham, I think he could be electric. I really do. I say we need a predator. I haven't used that word with football for ages, but we need an absolute apex predator. We need, and do you know what? I don't know if people in this chat watch the show, The Overlap with Gary Neville, Keane, Wrighty, Carragher normally, and Jurgen Klinsmann was on this week. And my God, I watched it today. It is the best one ever. And Jurgen Klinsmann, my God, loved him. He was an absolute apex predator. He was devastating. He was incredible. Obviously, we've had Kane recently, but I think Guirassy comes in. He could be absolutely electric. Big up, Steve. Big up, Steve, sir. I hope you are. This is one of my dear friends. Love this man to bits. He even sent me over a few Spurs shirts. I was wearing the Jurgen Klinsmann away one today, the purple and blue one we were wearing with Jerry Francis. I hope you're good. I hope your daughter's good. I hope your family's good. I hope your mum is feeling better. And good to see you here, buddy. Who's Romero 2.0? Busy. Check the Van Hecke against Chelsea. Oh, hi, mate. This guy with his passing, with everything, he's going to be a very good addition to the squad. When it comes to how they feel about the ownership or prepared to do stuff with the ownership, I completely agree. But it's like I said, I'm never going to change my stance on ENIC out ever. But Joe, you know I've been going a little bit deep now, so pause the. This would be like a party political broadcast for the Brian Daigle party. This is how I feel right now. People will know how I felt about Levy, how I feel about ENIC. Never, ever changing in my entire life. Unless they act and back manager severely for at least 5 years running. And I mean, with the players they want, not every single player, because obviously that's not realistic, but a majority, giving the manager what he needs, blah, 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 blah. Until that, my stance on ENIC will never, ever change. Do I want Lange out? Absolutely. Do I want Vinay out straight away? But obviously people know that I've struggled to find a job since Booking.com closed in 2020. Had jobs, haven't been able to hold them, whether it's been the right fit or not. I've had family problems at home. I've had some family issues here and needed to go back home to get some space and clarity. I've had some mental health issues. I've had some general health issues. And obviously everything that I channeled, anger, whatever, into YouTube, into the board or the hatred of the board, which will never change, like I keep saying. Because I wasn't working or had anything to do and I was feeling so, what's the word? Like I was so ashamed of myself that I couldn't financially contribute to anything. And my wife was literally having to work every hour under the sun. And just loads of things like that. All my anger and frustration went into my feelings on Spurs, my feelings on the ownership, my hatred for them. And it became such a big thing in my life that I realised that I've forgotten how to love being a Tottenham Hotspur fan for the players on the pitch. Whether they're good, whether they're bad, my life had been taken over by that. Now I'm back in work. Now my health is getting better. Now I feel better mental health-wise because I'm working, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I want ENIC out. Yes, I want this. But I'm like, do you know what? I'm in such a good place now. I'm in such a good place mentally. Such a good place in employment, in a job where I can go far, in a company that I think is literally, the wait has been worth it. My focus right now is me, my wife, my job, my family, enjoying football as a football fan. Listen, ENIC protests, ENIC anything, I'll be all over it. But I'm going to be a little bit more focusing about doing well at my job, doing well for my wife, having good, an incredible summer, just enjoying my life and not letting what these owners do dictate my entire life. Protest, I'm there. They fuck up, I'll be on them bigger than, louder than most. But man, right now, my focus is work. My focus is my love of my life and my wife. My focus is enjoying this summer. And like I said, I won't change how I feel about this ownership. I've never changed, won't change. But it's like, do you know what? Let's focus on some good. I wake up in the morning happy again. I'm going to work. That everything's. That's where I'm going right now. My mental health is more important than Tottenham. My marriage is more important than Tottenham. My family more important than Tottenham. Or sorry, should I say, change everything that I said to the Tottenham owners, because Tottenham is my first love. So let's say my wife is more important than the Spurs owners and board. My work is more important than the owners and Spurs board. My family are more important than the Spurs owners and the Spurs board. And it is time for me, like I said, again, I'll keep repeating it. There's a process, there's anything that needs promoting, I'll be there, I'll do it. But when I get out now of work or in work, I'm not letting whatever fuck-ups they do get me to the state where it did, where it drove me so mad that I couldn't. So, yeah, but that's enough. Let's get back to the show. That was enough of a party political broadcast for me stating where I am with this football club. People, like I said, if you've had struggles, and I also, sorry, one more thing. I realised literally, where are we? The 7th of June now. The 28th of July, I am 18 years sober from alcohol. So basically, I've reached the age where back home, the sober me has reached the legal age to drink. And that is such a big thing for me and such a mammoth achievement, which I'm damn proud of myself for, and will always pat myself on the back and speak up about it. These are the kind of achievements and things I should be looking forward to and loving and enjoying. Not what fuck up have they done again? But when they do fuck up, and they will, I will be all over it. But it is time to enjoy my life, so to speak. But I will always be at war with the board. Right, let's get back to it. Spurs Patriots, brother, how are you? Mate, Van der Ven is going nowhere. Look, if you look at it, Premier League, and I put the post out on Twitter yesterday, and I'm being genuinely serious. I'm being genuinely serious here. Premier League era, have we had a better quartet if Van Hecke is in than Van Hecke and Danso? Let's just say Danso right now, because we don't know about Vuskovic. Right centre back. Don't know why I'm holding it on my left hand. Right centre back. And Senesi and Van der Ven left centre back. And I mean, when I say as a quartet, we've never had it that strong. If you look at Van der Ven, Toby and Jan, the best partnership we've had in Premier League and probably my lifetime, apart from Gotham Mabbott for that one season. The drop off from Van der Ven and Toby was insane. Was absolutely ridiculous. And you were always like, oh, if one of them have been dropped or one of them are injured, you're like, oh, who's coming in? If our defensive quartet is the four we've just mentioned, I don't care which one of them starts. Obviously, he's going to rotate them or whatever, but when the lineups come out, whatever defensive pairing is, I'm going to be absolutely fine with it. Scott M is a dear friend, love him to death. Love his bluntness and love when he tries to stir and wind me up and get me to nibble. And he works most of the time. Rabbit Man, big up to you. What about a shout to get Lewandowski? Mate, do you know what? At 37 years old, do you know, he probably could still do something in the Premier League. He probably could. He couldn't start every game or do everything. But my God, what a striker he was. You're not an idiot at all, buddy. You're not an idiot at all. If Spurs sign a Garassi, Vlahovic, whatever, if you want, put it this way, would I rather a Lewandowski on the bench than a Solanke or Richarlison? Absolutely. Absolutely all day long. And at 37 years old, keeping himself in the condition he does, showing the Will Lankshears and whoever else is there, absolutely fine. But I wouldn't want him in as he wouldn't be the main striker. But if we got a Garassi, a Vlahovic, or whoever it is of that standard, I wouldn't mind Lewandowski on the bench, mate. I certainly wouldn't. Tottenham, Bill Sabres, I hope you're good, brother. Been a while. I want to raid Serie A. Paz, I love. Paz, I love. I think he is one that's going right to the top. He is really good. Do you know what? Pulisic's name has come up so many times. Buddy. It's another ex-Chelsea. But he's been doing very well in Milan. Malin, Yildiz, I love. Yildiz, I adore. My God, if we could pull that one out the bag, Jesus Christ. But I can't see that one happening. Vlahovic, I think there's legs behind it. I think there's some legs to it. Big up. Finally got to your comment. My God, how far behind am I? It's been a long time since I've gone very far behind. Where are we? 9:51, and I'm at... Where am I at? I'm at... Let's get back up to Leo's comments. There he is. So I'm 20 minutes behind. Okay, let's start the rapid catching up. So, big up to you, buddy. I hope you're good and well. Like I said, seeing your show last night when I came in at the end, you know you got my number if ever you need me, buddy. I'd like to see a deal with Juve for... That's probably for Vlahovic. That's probably for Vlahovic, I'd imagine, on loan. Yildiz, mate. Ty, big up to you. Yildiz, Paz, and Vlad. Those three I'd definitely take. I'd take all day long, but that would be us in dreamland. Dreamland. Steve, do you think we're doing a usual when it comes to signing young players? Signing Van Hecke, and basically, I don't think it's blocking Vuskovic. I don't, Steve. I don't. Vuskovic, I've said, you can disagree, obviously, and other people can. I think he needs another loan. He is going to be a star, but like I said, I think if he has a very good season on loan, then I think it's goodbye Danso. The most important thing is if you can get a better player and you bring the player in. I don't care who it is. Apart from if you're trying to take Alfie Divide's position, then you're dead to me. But if they're good enough, you've got to take it. You've got to take the opportunity. I was talking with Ben again on We Are Tottenham TV this evening, and he was saying, do you reckon, and it was just a question, do you reckon 45, 50 million pounds for a player in the last year of his contract is spending too much money? I was like, no. If you want to be a big boy club and you want to get the better players, this is what you got to do. This is what I've protested for. This is what fans like myself have wanted to see. We have the money. We get the money. Now use it. You saw the other... We know the other clubs that were linked. The Chelseas, the whatever. They'd pay it outright. They'd be like, there you go, there's 50. But I don't think it's going to block him. We've got to remember, this kid is 19. 19. He could play in the Premier League this season and not do well. He could play in the Premier League this season and be exceptional. The World Cup will be very telling. End of the week, by the end of the week, how many here we goes will we get? I think the bigger question, Jonathan, is Van Hecke. What we're hearing is Van Hecke said he wants it all done before the World Cup. Now, when you look at it, the World Cup starts Thursday. Holland's first game, or the Netherlands, as they like to be called, or as their country is really called, their first game is Sunday. So I think it's more of a question, does this get wrapped up before Sunday or before Thursday? And I think it's to get done before Thursday. I think it can be done within the next 48 hours. I can't see any others apart from him and Savinho. I think by this end of this week, two is what I'm going for. I wonder what other people are thinking. Steve's back in, buddy. We need a world-class number 9. Savinho and Kudus can run, dribble, but bingo. Bingo. This is the one thing, Steve. that why we need an incredible number 9. What I will say is a lot of Savinho's goals have been created. Sorry, goals, assists have been for that shabby striker who hardly scores, Erling Haaland. And obviously that guy is just a robot. He's a machine. We need one. We need one. Yes, we need 100% Jonathan. Right, now we're catching up to the Leao Savinho bits, so I'll skip those bit out. Oh, did he? Mate, do you know what? I haven't watched any of the international friendlies. And before, talking of international friendlies, Christian Eriksen, good to hear that he's recovering. When I was out with Ilana, and then people were like, oh my God, have you seen what happened in Denmark? Someone's passed out. And I was like, oh my God, it's happened to the same nation again. That's twice in like 2 major competitions. And like, no, it's happened twice. It's happened to the same player. It's Eriksen again. Eriksen, please, please, please. Obviously, I'm nothing to you or whatever. I just hope his family, he says, right, that's it. His kids have had to see him pass out or die twice on a football pitch, and his wife, and obviously his parents, whatever. You've got more than enough money. Retire, enjoy your retirement, put your health and your family first. No one wants to see you experience that a third time, and hopefully he's wherever he is right now in the States or wherever the game was played. He's in a good place. Sounds about right. But also, I did watch the England game. Harry Kane, obviously doing what Harry Kane does. I don't know why the international. I'm just waiting for Thursday. So, yeah, this is the thing, Chef Up North. This is why I think we need another one. Like and I said it as well, like a Perisic. And I don't mean a Perisic as in like literally mid-30s, whatever. I mean an experienced left wing. We may have doubted Perisic's defending because he shouldn't have been a left back or left wing back. He should have been left wing. But my God, that guy knew how to cross a quality ball in time after time after time after time. So I think we need one of those alongside Savinho, and then I'll be fine with the left wing. Scott, I would have said that a couple of years ago, like levels and levels. And like I said, I'm not Savinho's. I just think there's potential. I wouldn't say he's levels though. I wouldn't. Yeah, they're very close. They're very close friends, mate. They play together at I can't remember where it was. His club in Holland. They are very, very close friends. That I can understand, Jack. That I can understand. Now, PSV, thank you. I can't remember what team it was. That's a very good point. Big up to you, Leo, brother, if you're still here. Big up to you, brother. Well, yeah, exactly. He's doing incredible. Like I said, anyone that's fighting an addiction, every single day is a victory. And the first couple of months, 3 months can be as hard as anything. And seeing Leo's progress, and I could see him yesterday on his stream. You could just see he was clear of mind. Leo, if you're still there, you could just see. People were saying since I've started work, they could see a smile on my face. I look brighter. I look definitely seeing you, buddy. Keep it up. Scott, now we're talking. Now, do you know what? Of all your comments tonight, this is the one I agree with the most, unfortunately. And I don't mean that. I mean the way we've been run, the way we've been playing, the players we've got. This, Scott. Now that's something I can get on board. But hopefully things will be changing. Man, you did turn it around. But do you know what it is, Chef Up North? Whether people hate the Glazers, love the Glazers, whatever, or Ratcliffe, Manchester United will always, and I do mean always, back their manager with funds. I know they're a money-making machine, so they've got money that they can spend. But no, what's his name? Eric. Ten Hag, money thrown at it. Bang, bang, bang. There you go. Amorim lost the final to us. All right, we'll just go spend 200 million on the front line and get you. They will always back them. Always. And then if it doesn't work, out you go. We'll back the next one. Obviously, what the Glazers and Radcliffe is doing, the Man U fans are absolutely fuming. But they spend money like, whether it's worked out right or not is one thing. But that's the difference. And Carrick has done a remarkable job there. Get a striker that can score. I'd say top 8. Steve, that's my exact prediction. You could say that, mate. It will definitely be. Do you know what? Honestly, if Spurs got a top 10 finish next season, for me, that's huge. That's huge progression compared to 2 seasons and 17. Then you build again. Got to remember when Martin Jol came in, we were like mid-table obscurity, and then obviously he got us into Europe, kept us in Europe. Then it went on, and we started building. It's going to take that kind of consistency again, mate. That damn right, bro. Damn fucking right. One day, I don't know if you do it, Leo. I still do it to this. I still do it to this very day, and I'm about to be 18 years sober. It is right now. I set myself such small goals. Rather than saying, do you know what, I'm never ever going to have a drink in my life again. I'm going to be 47 in a couple of weeks. Let's just say I live to 80. That's another 33 years. The thought of me saying, do you know what, 33 years without a drink sounds like, my God, that's a lifetime away. So right now, my aim is to not have a drink until my birthday, an anniversary on the 22nd of June. Then it's don't have a drink till my dad's birthday, which is July the 12th. Then it's don't have a drink till my anniversary, which is the 28th of my sobriety anniversary, 28th. And then I'll say don't have a drink till the first day of the season. Then it'll be first day of the season to Jewish New Year, then Jewish New Year to Christmas or whatever. And as soon as you start breaking it down in smaller goals, it's like, oh, I can do that. But that worked for me. I don't know if it'll work for anyone else, but I still do it to this day. It has been, Jonathan, like I said, you're obviously you've not been to London, you've not been for football. Fairly new to Tottenham Hotspur compared to like myself with 47 years, and the FA Cup is woven into Tottenham Hotspur's history. We will be and forever will be the only non-league team to ever win the FA Cup, which we did in 1901. Will never ever be repeated ever. With everything that goes on with money-wise, the club that won it every single year when the year ends in one, first team to win it 8 times. There is just so much history with this cup and this club that it used to be back in when I started growing up at 80s and 90s. When the FA Cup draw was being done, the one team you didn't want is Tottenham Hotspur. Home or away, it did not matter, especially if the year ended in 1. You did not want Tottenham Hotspur. Now we get Tottenham, people get it. It's like, all right, it's Tottenham. The FA Cup coming back for a 9th time would be, I would cry my eyes out. That cup means so much to me. So much to me. We can take it seriously. Oh, brother. Look, this is understandable. I mean, there's a bit different now to holding the shirt, isn't it? Holding the shirt used to be before social media. It's now when Spurs drop the release video, isn't it? And say, welcome to Tottenham, blah, blah, blah. Like what we did on Friday for Andy Robertson. Top 10. Do you know what? I'm going to leave that right there. And I'm just going to say, and I mean this seriously. Seriously. Where is your... And I mean this, no jokes, the Scott M, no mucking about or whatever. Where do you see Tottenham finishing this upcoming season as is now, or what would be acceptable let's change it. What would be an acceptable position for you next season. Like I said, I'm eighth. Jack has said top 10. I want serious answer. No joking about. And there's no wrong answer unless you... Ninth, okay. COYS Liam, ninth. What else are people thinking? 13th, serious answer. Scott, do you know what? Mate, that I've had years where we've done that. Years where that was fine. So Don Corleone, Robertson will fill Ben Davis' role on the field. Okay. We've got 6 from Daniel. Big up, Daniel. So we've got top 6, top 10, Don Corleone. Come on, there's 63 of you in here. Let's see some more predictions. Oh, I've just seen Miro's in. Miro 1882, 12th to 8th, or 8th to 12th, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah, that's a fair one. That's a fair one. I can't say. I would have to see more improvement from this spot. Okay, Eric, that's fair. But I'm saying as is now. As is right now. And when I say as is now, let's assume Van Hecke and Savinho are at the club. Let's say Savinho and Van Hecke are at the club. So when I say as is, I mean obviously Robertson, Senesi, Daniel Bennett all the way in Australia. Big up to you. 8th and above. Okay. Chef up north, top 10. So no, that's acceptable. Oh, wait a minute. Jonathan's gone 7th. And I'll tell you what, during the season, Jonathan will be delighted to know I will be bringing back the 5 stages of Spurs grief. I might have to do the 5 stages of Spurs delusion as well. I think there might be the 5 stages of quite a few things, Jonathan. Just in your honour, I might say sponsored by Jonathan Boyd, the 5 stages of. Let's have a look. 11th from Eric. 7th Conference League finish. 6th to 12th from Godfrey Drummond. Big up, Godfrey. We sign a striker and an MGW type. I will say 6th to 4th up. Mate, honestly, if we sign MGW, I think you can all imagine the video that will come immediately from me. I will go insane. I will be delighted. 6th to 8th. Hospirius, how you doing, geez? How you doing? Why? We'll deal with this question when we get down to it. I'm going to go back. People, can you hear me? Just say yes or no. Daniel said, I think my sound has gone. Has it gone? Can people hear me? Yes or no? Yay or nay? Okay. Thank you, Hospirius. You can hear me. Daniel, I hope you can. Can you hear? No worries, brother. Daniel, no worries, brother. Mate, there's a couple of times where the sound can drop out, but you can hear me now, Daniel. Let's see if Daniel said it. Everyone can hear me. I want to make sure Daniel can hear me all the way in Australia tuning in. All right, we've got a lot of you can hear me now, which is good. Right, let's go back to where we were. Do you know what? StreamYard brought this new thing where it blacks out the comments you've done, so you know where your last comment was. It is a lifesaver, as he says it, trying to find. As he tries to find where we... There we are. Top 10 is doable. I hope we win the FA Cup. Mate, Joey, without me sounding... 1 second. How old are you? Because, Joe, I obviously when... I don't know if you watch it or see it, or I don't know where you are in the world. I do... This channel is between me and Ben Kaufman, who the coffee company. And we do shows together, and Jules streams on Mondays and Fridays of his channel and Tottenham on Tour. And it blows my mind. Obviously, I'm going to be 47 in a couple of weeks. I keep forgetting about the age gap between me and Ben. Ben has never seen Spurs win the FA Cup or in an FA Cup final. And it blows my mind because I was born 79, 81, 82 final. Obviously, I was very, very young and can't remember a damn thing about it because I'll be 2 and 3 respectively. The 87 that we lost and the 91 FA Cup final, all before I was 13 years old. Ben and others that I know who are in their 30s haven't seen Spurs in an FA Cup final, let alone win it. And it blows my bloody mind. You speak to a Spurs fan, you speak to my dad, who was born 53, he's seen 61, 71, 81, 82, blah, 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 blah. My grandpa, you speak to so many people, they would have seen us in an FA Cup final. But since 91, to not have even got to a final is a crime. Yeah, day by day. Big up to you as well, Steve. So anyone who's going through sobriety, if anyone in here is going through sobriety, whether it's day one or you're thinking about doing it, congratulations to you. Is that how many days, Leo? I thought you were in the 60th, or that could be in the chat. So God knows. What strike, Garassi, mate? Jack, it's so hard. Garassi, I think we've spoken about, would be great. Vlahovic, I just think there's something there. I really wanted him when Juve got him, but at that time he wanted more money than Harry Kane. It was like, are you goddamn serious? You're like just breaking through in your early 20s. You want more than Kane? I don't think so. I think because he's available free and his wages have dropped, I think we will go in for Dusan Vlahovic. And with Dusan Vlahovic, for me, it's going to go either astonishingly well or horrifically poor. Like it's either going to be a Mawani or a Klinsmann. That's, and I don't mean the standard. I mean their first season, obviously. And will Spurs take that risk? 100. He only wants. I think we're at 160 before tax. Obviously, taxes are going to be huges on it. But compared to the 300 something he was on at Juve, is it a deal worth taking? We'll have to wait and see. But this is the thing. I said, Jack, I don't know if everyone in the chat thinks as well. Jurgen Klinsmann even said it on the overlap. When we were growing up, or I was growing up, you always had two forwards. You always had two forwards because of the 4-4-2. So there were so many centre forwards you could go for, or strikers, whatever you want to. But now that most teams play one, it's just literally funneled the quality of striker that's about. So I think it's a really, really tough position to fill for us. Really tough. Big up, Russell, brother. I hope you are good and well. Mate, I want Paulinho in big time. See, but, mate, honestly, Leo, obviously, I think I can't remember how old you are, Leo. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude and ask everyone for their ages or whatever. You're older than Ben, aren't you? But obviously, were you born before 91? Even if you were, I don't know if you would have been huge into football or what age you would have been, or Tottenham was your team then. But honestly, the winning that cup is so special. So special. And it's mad now because you know what? It's never lost its magic with me. Never has, never will. But that season where United won the treble and then they went to the World Club Cup rather than being in the FA Cup, it started. That's where the deterioration of the clubs, and then obviously the money of the Premier League. But for me, the FA Cup is everything. It really is. Well, do you know what we need? I think we need two. We need one big power. You need two different strikers that can offer different things. It's not worth getting two of the same strikers. I think we need to get two different ones, but we'll see. Big up, Wolf. Big up, Donna Cullen. Do you know what? I was telling. Do you know what, Donna? I was telling Ferg today because you were in his chat today. Touchline Tottenham, and he started laughing at that. And I was speaking to him on WhatsApp after, and he said, "Seeing Donna Cullen made me laugh." And I was like, every time, and you know this, every time I see this name and see that fucking horrible photo, I just picture Donna Cullen actually saying "Wagwan," and it always brings a smile to my face. Always and forever, brother. Always and forever. It never matter if you're late. What matters is that you're here and you're with us. That's what matters. I thought there was a story. Lange's future is in doubt. Is the board having trouble finding a sporting director? Are we again, buddy? This is always the ITKs and whatnot. Always have a feel. I believe his job is seriously under threat. I think it is seriously under threat. I think De Zerbi, personally, in my opinion, obviously, and you guys gave it, I think De Zerbi wants to get these players in, so he's got the base of what he wants. Then when the World Cup's going on, I think he throws the grenade. Sorry, he pulls the pin on the grenade and Spurs announce Lange has gone during the World Cup. I really do. As it comes for incomings, as in his position, I love Dougie Freeman. I'll keep saying it. I love Dougie Freeman. A, for what he did at Palace and identifying talent, but also my local team, apart from Tottenham, is Barnet, and he is a Barnet legend. But the only other thing with Dougie Freeman, someone put this on a tweet or something, and it was a really good point. If Dougie Freeman comes in, is Dougie Freeman coming in to do what he did at Palace and find the Elises, the Ezes, the Guehis, the Whartons? No, he wasn't there for Wharton, sorry, my bad. Or was he? I can't. But he's identified some incredible talent, mainly Elise and Eze. Is he coming in to do that, or is he coming to reel in the big fish? Because he hasn't had to reel in a big fish, because obviously he's been at Palace. Does he have the capabilities to do it? Will he learn and do it? I think Dougie Freeman is a great director of football, but I am biased because of Barnet. I really love Campos. I thought we should have got him instead of Paratici, but obviously he's got a cushy little number. Talking of this, actually, just very quickly, sliding off again, because I only found this out today. Do people know? To be a very bizarre comment, what I'm about to say. Then I'm going to show it. And before I do this, I just want to say big up to Daniel with a £5 super sticker. Thank you very much for your support of the channel, brother. Always appreciated. I'm going to go to spot chat. Do people know without Googling it right now, because I will show you. Do you remember that Spurs midfielder we had called Musa Sissoko? Have a guess what he is doing now. Do not Google it. I am going to show it. I got shown this today, and I can't believe what Musa Sissoko is doing right now. Let's see if anyone answers. Nope, he's not a porn star. He's not coaching Jack. And by the way, happy birthday to my brother Jack yesterday, who went to the England versus New Zealand game. And thankfully, like I said, I didn't watch any of the games. He sent me the goal that Kane scored via replay on the big screen. So happy birthday to you, brother. I hope you had a great birthday. Okay, so let's go back to the what it is Musa Sissoko doing. He's not a plumber. He's not a dentist. He's not joining our medical team. Okay, I am going to tell you what he's doing now. And the reason it's going to blow your mind is he has become a football agent. And when I say, I didn't know this till today, when I say I hope Spurs have him on speed dial, because let me just get this right and show you. I'm not even joking with this stuff. I'm going to share my screen. Wait, let's get it ready. Musa, what is Musa Sissoko doing now? Okay. So first of all, let me share my screen. Mate, you guys aren't going to believe the players he has on his book. Watch what I'm about to show you. I couldn't believe it till I got shown today. Where is my internet? It's on new tab. Share. Okay, what is Musa Sissoko doing now? Mr. 1 second, let me get it up. That's the wrong Musa. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, let me change it. Right. Which players does Musa Sissoko represent? Okie dokie. Snooker agent and advisor Musa Sissoko represents several prominent players across top European clubs. His agency's roster includes notable players such as Ballon d'Or winner Ousmane Dembele, Bradley Barcola, Desiree Doué, forget that one, Ryan Cherky, and Junior Krupi. This, when I got shown it today, let me just see how clear it is on the screen so you can see it. Let me just zoom in a bit more. Command. I literally found this out today. Is that big enough that you guys can see it now? Yeah. This this is what he's doing. Look at those players he has got on his books. I kid you not. How has he got Dembele, Barcola, forget fucking Mawani, Desiree? Mate, we need to keep Musa Sissoko at close quarters. Very, 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 very close quarters. Because if that's the kind of talent he's recruiting as an agent, then bloody hell, he's going to be in for some very, very good times. I couldn't believe it when someone told me that today, and I can't even remember how it came up. I can't even remember how that came up. But I was not expecting that. Let's get back to it. Sleepy Mocha, haven't seen you in a bit. Big up to you, brother. I hope you're good and well. I could see this is what. So Pape Sarr, I think, has to go. I think he has to go. Bergvall and Gray need to stay one more season to be homegrown. And I will say I'm not getting into a Gray and Bergvall chat at all because it drives me potty. And that's when the world starts going mad. I think Bergvall, forget the, he's homegrown if he stays one more season. Go out on loan. Go to a Bournemouth, a Brighton, anywhere, Premier League. Go get some Premier League experience where you'll play week in, week out and come back a much better player for Spurs. In my opinion. If we're going to start buying big or at least trying to go up and build and become a better squad, a bigger squad, we can't keep relying on these youngsters. And if these youngsters aren't getting great game time, like Bergvall didn't get this season, whether it be injury or whatnot, go let him get a season under his belt where he literally plays for a team at every game. And let's see what he's got. Big up, Citrus Ball. Big up, Geezer. I hope you're all good and well. Luckily, Spurs being shit doesn't affect my life. I just know that I'm shit, and we won't always be shit, brother. We won't always be shit. We will get back to where we were. We will get bigger. We will get better. It's just going to take a little while, and hopefully the removal of Enoch. Leo, big up, brother. Big up. Thank you, Jonathan. Like I said, when I went on that discussion about when I got personal about what's been going on with me the last few years, unable to hold work, having my wife always working and kind of living up, it's just to it's unbelievable what being employed and actually doing something and not just twiddling your thumbs or having health issues or family issues. Being back at work and contributing, even though this shift is going to take some getting used to. But what it does do for me is make Late Night Lilywhite. As you can see, I'm on my second coffee, but I feel absolutely fine. We ain't stopping yet. But this is the thing. So much anger and aggression and time I've had on my hands because I can't find work or keep a job or health. It allowed anger and venom and hatred and everything for this ownership and board to literally grab a hold of me and control me. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Like I said, I still fight against this board, but I remember when we're talking about the FA Cup in 1991 and guys like, mate, I used to, before I got heavily involved in ENIC out and felt this way, before from the second I became Levy out and what was going on, I didn't care about the finances. All I cared about was on Saturday when we crossed the white line or Wednesday, whatever, that my team won and gave everything they got. And that version of me enjoyed being loved, like I still do, being a Tottenham Hotspur fan. But I've become a Tottenham Hotspur fan, always will be a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and will always love my football club. But ENIC have consumed and Levy have taken 18 years of my life with pure hatred. And when I was out of work and everything, it festered in me. It's still there, will always be there, but I'm going to, right now, when players are coming in, or good players, or players are coming in, it looks like they're coming in, when the board fuck up, I will be over them. I will be there, I'll be calling them out, I'll be doing whatever. But right now, right here, right now, as it speaks, I've got work tomorrow, a job I love, we're bringing players in, and the football side of me is switched on more than the attack the board part, but it'll always be there. But this is the thing, until they show up and do this properly, there will always be the doubts. There will always be the doubts. For example, the second Iriola went to Liverpool, a majority of Spurs fans were like, oh shit, we're going to lose out on Senesi now. He's going to go to, we're going to be hijacked. We're going to be, I wasn't concerned about it, but not because of Spurs. I think that was not going to be a factor because obviously Iriola knew he was leaving Bournemouth and announced it, and the players would have known earlier than the media. Senesi and Iriola would have known that Senesi's leaving, and they probably would have had a conversation like, hold off till I get my job because I'm going to come and get you. And he said, no. Obviously, talks with Tottenham had started. But because of what this board have done and the way they act, every single Spurs fan that was doubting that this would go through now and that Liverpool would hijack it, it's because of what has happened in previous years. Like Willian, I'm not going to mention all of them. I'll be here all bloody night. So they need to show up and they need to do it consistently. Richard James, big up to you. Big up, Brian. Well done. That's a great mindset. I've been struggling with addiction recently, trying to work. Richard, I don't know if you follow me on any social media. I'm going to do it again. Wait, Richard, do me a favor. I don't know if you're still in the show. I'm going to do it again. I don't know if you follow me on social media. If you do, reach out to me and we can have a chat away from the screen. I have just put in my personal email address. Richard, if you're still here, feel free to send me an email and we can have a discussion whenever you want to, whether it be mental health, whether it be addiction, whatever the addiction may be. Just pick up the phone email me. If you follow me on social media, send me a direct message and I will be in touch with you. And whatever addiction that you're battling, it's beatable. It is very, very beatable. But the number one thing about wanting to beat addiction or wanting to give up an addiction is saying, right, that's it. I'm doing this for myself now. I tried to quit drinking 3 or 4 times before this time where I went 8, where I continued to stay sober. And the only reasons I did it was to shut people up. I was like, oh, people going, oh, you got a drinking problem. You got. I was like, no, I'll shut you up. No, I haven't. And I stayed dry and sober for 2 weeks. And then what I will be doing in the pubs is having a pint of Coke or a J2O if you live in England. They're bottled soft drinks, if fruit flavored drinks, if you're not from England or don't know J2O. And I used to get a pint of them, and then when no one was looking, I'd be like, stick a couple of vodkas in there or a couple of brandies or whatever, and I'll be drunk again. And it was always because I wanted to shut people the hell up and say, I'm not what you think I am. But this time when I did it, so that the first part of addiction or wanting to beat addiction is you have to say to yourself, I need to stop this. Not only do I need to, I want to. Because if you're doing it to shut people out or you're just doing it half-heartedly, you've lost before you even begin. You've lost before you even begin. So yeah. Oh, Steve, now I've just seen this. Now I've seen this. Do I have to? Well, do you know what? You put the super chat in. You bought me Spurs shirts. I can't remember if there's volume on it, and Scott will be straight away going, go on, do it. I can't. Let me see. Let me quickly go into Steve. First of all, Steve, I've just seen the picture you've sent with me and your daughter, you and your daughter in the Spurs shirts. I love that 84 shirt. Right, let me find this. I just need to make sure there is no sound on it. Scott M will hope there's sound on it. So, what's this sound? Okay, so there's that one that hasn't got sound. I can just mute it. I just realised I can just mute it. So I'm going to play the first one, not the second one, because Steve has got a mate who did a couple of bits of AI, and he said if Spurs stay up after the Peppa Pig collaboration, you've got to play this. And I did promise him that I'd play it, so he had this created for me. I can't believe I'm putting this on. Let me just make sure it is muted. Let me just make sure people can see it. Oh, Steve, what are you making me do? This is how much I love you, brother. So this was made for me. So I had to share this and do this. You got to love me and Peppa Pig together. What a... I can't remember these photos being taken, but there you go, Steve, brother. A promise is a promise. Oh dear, I can't believe that's just gone on YouTube, but why not? And then I just saw another one come in. The thing Romero's sound more or less covers Van Hecke up, and if Savinho 50, Tottenham have many more quid to spend, even if you're look. The way you got to look at it as well is whatever we spend for Van Hecke would be Robertson, Senesi, and that'll be 3 defensive players in for whatever the fee is for Van Hecke. And Senesi, like I said, is a 40 million plus player if he's on a contract. So it'll be incredible. Eric Senesi, big up for that. Cheers, Don Corleone. Mate, I am with mental health and my addiction. Every single day, every single year, every single milestone is an incredible achievement. And when I look back at my life before I came to my senses. My sister wouldn't have allowed me near my nephews or niece if I'd been drinking or on drugs at the time, and rightfully so. And me and my sister didn't have a good relationship. My parents disowned me at times because they couldn't control me, and I used to blame them for everything. It was all my fault. But I look at the relationships I have with my sister, my parents, and others. If I had known life could be this good before I did it, I would have done it years before. I am Daniel, buddy. I am. I've got a very big spring in my step at the moment. Oh, mate, Jan and Toby, the best of the best. The best of the best. Scott, surprise. Surprise. I think it's a very strong quartet. I think it's a very, very strong quartet. Here's a random one. No Star Wars. No one. I might offend people here, but I do not like Star Wars one bit. Not one iota. I had a deal with my wife that she wanted me to watch a Star Wars movie, and I said I'll only do it if in return we do a Fast and Furious, and she went deal. So I've seen them all. Didn't understand half of them. Seen them up until I can't remember what year, but I will never watch them again. Never, ever, ever. So I apologise for any Star Wars fans that I may have offended. But yeah, it's just not my bag. Will there be? Jonathan, I'm still trying to think of names for that show, buddy. We came up with some really good ones. I've forgotten what they were, but what I'm planning to do, Jonathan, with Late Night Lilywhite and Late Night World Cup or whatever, let's just say Late Night World Cup right now. During the week, what I want to say is Late Night Lilywhite / World Cup will be a last minute spur of the moment pop-up, only based on how my sleep is going, because like I said, the first couple of days in this new job, I took a sleep. I'm on sleeping pills at the moment because of my insomnia and whatever. So I took a sleeping pill at 1 o'clock to think I could try and get a good 8 hours sleep, wake up at 9, feel very refreshed when I get to work at 11, to start at 11:30. And I kept waking up at 5 p.m. So then I was up for 6 hours before work, 6.5. Then up for by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I was a mess. But then I worked it out by the end of the week that if I take 2 sleeping pills and fall asleep at about 2, I'm sleeping to 9. So all depending on my sleep and how my body's adjusting, during the week, it may be difficult to do Late Night Lilywhite or Late Night World Cup. But what my plan is every Sunday without fail, there will be a Late Night Lilywhite, period. But maybe every Saturday, because I have to keep my body on. Saturday might be Late Night World Cup. Sunday will be Late Night Lilywhite. That's the plan. But there could be pop-ups if my body allows it. Wolf, I don't have any proper mate. As working in the US, I don't know any Spurs fans. So you lot like, oh, mate, Wolf. You, everyone. Where in the States are you, bro? Where, mate? Everyone. First of all, the comments like this, as I've said, people like myself will get a lot of people trolling us because of my views on Levy. My people are still going nuts at me and saying I almost relegated them because of Thomas Frank. We have some really strange characters on YouTube, like in the live chats and everything. But we also have incredible people. As I've said to a few people in here, if you look hard enough, especially Twitter, I have made so many good friends via Twitter, and some of them started off trolling me and being horrible. But if you look hard enough and you look through everything, there are some real diamonds in this community. And I mean, in the live chat, and when you hear things like this, it make for every one of these, you know, what is it? Is it Peter Pan with Tinkerbell where it says every time someone doesn't believe in the fairy or something, 100 fairies die or a fairy loses their wings? Well, with comments like this, for every one of these, it eliminates 1,000 trolls. These comments are what it's all about. I've learned to switch off from the trolls and just give them no attention. But this, honestly, Wolf, if you see my email in there, reach out to me via email or follow me on social media and we'll chat. An incredible comment, which means so much. And it's what these shows are all about. So big up to you. Why is he going to come, mate? In all honesty, A, one last payday. B, could want Premier League football. C, who else is badly looking for a striker like we are? I think he could come. Payday and Premier League off the bucket list kind of thing. I remember as well, Steve Archibald. I think it was Steve Archibald. Steve Archibald even told Spurs about them. Was it Steve Archibald? I'm sure it was. If my memory serves me correct, Steve Archibald told Spurs about Lewandowski. Have a look. Yeah, I was right. You're not going to believe what I'm about to show you. Dear. Right. My memory sometimes when it comes to Spurs stuff is... Right, where is it? Archibald. Is it still big enough that you guys can see it? Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll make it just one more bigger. One more bigger? Is that even correct English? Yes, former Tottenham striker Steve Archibald did indeed alert Spurs to a young Robert Lewandowski. Just realised how badly I spelt his name in the Google search. But the club passed on the opportunity. And they were using the word opportunity even then. The Scottish forward, who played for both Tottenham and Barcelona, revealed in April 2013 that he had offered the Polish striker to his former club for less than $5 million. Oh, Jesus Christ. While Lewandowski was still playing in his native Poland. Archibald later noted that after Tottenham turned down the chance to sign the future global superstar, he offered him to other clubs who also declined. Oh, dear. Lewandowski for $5 million in 2013, and what do you know? What do you know? Someone, I wonder who, said, no, thank you, not for me. My good God. Honestly, this football. See, this is why when people are like I said, with the Senesi deal, we're like, oh no, Liverpool going to hijack it. It's going to get raided. People cannot blame. And I didn't think it was Senesi, but obviously he is the whatnot. It's just, what do you expect? It's, oh dear. I'm sure that's made everyone feel good inside that in 2013 we could have had Lewandowski for a whopping £5 million. Yet we'll pay 65 for Solanke and 50, 60, depending on bonuses for Richarlison. Yep, it is indeed. He hasn't, but do you know what? I liked him at Chelsea. I did like him at Chelsea. He's done well at Milan. I don't really like re-signing ex-Chelsea players. like we've done with managers. But again, another experienced one that comes into the Premier League. Not saying that it'd be the be-all and end-all, but if we signed a Savinho, and like I said, someone, it's a tough one, but I think he could be a good buy. I do. Would he be? I don't know if he'd be a statement sign. It depends what you want to classify and put under a statement. Yes, it's a big name. Has he been as prolific and gone on and elevated from what he was doing at Fiorentina? I don't think so. I think he's stayed at the same kind of level. He's got a lot more experience. Like I said, him coming, it's either going to be a Klinsmann overwhelming success or a colonoscopy, colonoscopy in Mwani, and be absolutely rancid and awful. It's just, I think there's some legs with that deal. Miro, brother, the job is going good. I am really well. I hope you are. And my beautiful wife is incredible. Thank you. And I hope all is good with you and yours. Birthday boy yesterday. Is it still your birthday yesterday? Yeah. Not 2 days ago. I hope you had a wonderful day at the game. Best thing we can do is keep wrapping up these deals. Levy wouldn't have Van Hecke. Mate, this is why right here, right now, what we're doing before the window is even open is just like, what the hell is happening at Tottenham? You're right. You're right. It would have been... listen, we've had 2 bids rejected. But you know what? You've had 2 bids rejected. Van Hecke only wants Spurs. The window hasn't even opened. If this had been Levy, it wouldn't have started till the middle of the window, or like you said, the last week or so. And this would have just dragged on and dragged on and dragged on. Put it this way. With Van Hecke saying, I only want Tottenham, with Levy in charge, he'd still find a way to fuck up the deal with his haggling. And Paul Barr will just say, we'll let him go for free next season. Or you speak to him in 6 months. It is true. It is totally and utterly true. He has said he is not talking to anyone else. He only wants a reunion with De Zerbi. It is 100% true. One by the end of the week. Scott, so one by the end of this week. 3 more, including you. So you reckon another 2 players, Scott? You reckon 2 players after Van Hecke? Another some of our fans overrate that. Look, if we get Van Hecke, like I said, once we get Van Hecke in, defence sorted. Defence locked down for the season, apart from getting Romero out, Dragusin out, and hopefully those funds will go towards new players, although I don't see us getting a low, or Romero will get a considerable amount of money. Dragusin, God knows what we'd get. But then they have to move on to midfield and forward. Like I said, if we don't get a top draw striker, no matter how good our defensive window has been, it will be a busted flush because we failed to address the needs. Savinho might not score goals, but Kudus doesn't really either. Both can create chaos and opportunities for... I agree. Look, Kudus, before he got injured, was our player with the most assists, although it wasn't hard because everything, and I do mean everything, went through him, and we didn't know how to attack to save our lives. Kudus at West Ham was, I think, his first season he was quite prolific. The second season, not so much. On his day, he's incredible. On his day, like obviously his debut against Burnley, yes, it was Burnley, blah, 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 but he stole the show. He stole the show and was dragging people all over the pitch. But he can also be very frustrating. He can always, sometimes he tries to take on his man too much. Sometimes he's crossed when he should run past his player and vice versa. I think him and Savinho both can be very, very highly unpredictable. And that's both a good thing and a bad thing. But we've seen in quite a few matches at the end of last season with Tell and who was playing on the right? Oh, no, Mwani was on the right. and tell on the left. Forget Mwani, he never got into a position. Every single time Tell got there, his decision making was atrocious. So Savinho, that's a part of the game Savinho needs to work on. But again, like you said at the end, if we don't have a striker of quality, it ain't going to make a blind bit of difference. Miro, big up again. Ericsson, yeah. Well, do you know what? After the first time, Italy said, no, you can't play in our league anymore because of that. And fair play to Italy because of health reasons, probably insurance reasons as well. They decided. The fact that I know it's in the States, people have been saying as well, could the heat have been a factor compared to obviously playing here in this heat? Obviously, could have done it. Thank God he had his pacemaker in. But do you remember, or you know they're all in boxing, if you get knocked out 3 times or you hit the canvas 3 times in a round, game over. This is where they should draw the line. All leagues say no. Hopefully Ericsson will retire himself. We've just got to look at what happened to Mwamba at our ground. Then if people remember players like Mark Vivian Foe, who I loved, even though he's a hammer, like that, it can happen. Like that. We saw it with the Luton player. Once it's happened twice on the football pitch. It shouldn't. And hopefully he comes to that decision himself. I've heard that one as well. Big up, Aliono. Big up to you. I hope you are good and well. There's Daniel that I saw earlier. Godfrey, hi, Brian. I hope all is well with you. What about Harry Wilson? See, if we mention Harry Wilson here, I know it's gonna split opinions. I really, really do know it's gonna split opinions. Harry Wilson is a very good player. He is a very good player. Again, available on a free. He had a stellar season for Fulham this season. Squad player is if he came to Spurs is what I'd see him as. I wouldn't see him as a starter. I think we need to do a lot better. Again, do you know what, Godfrey? It all comes down to timing again. We've seen, and not just with Spurs, everyone, and I'm one of them, is like, sort out that front line, that front line, that front line, that front line. But Spurs are going defensive at the moment, apart from Savinho. And okay, go defensively, lock that down if that's what's important to De Zerbi, and then get the 4. If we were to put it this way, let's just say we signed the 4 that the 2 that are in already, and the 2 that we're rumoured to be very close to. If we got those 4 in, let's say a Vlahovic, a Paulinho, and Gibbs White. Let's just say that's the set. Let's just say we bring in 7, and this is just spitballing and having a discussion. If we sign those 7, then signing a Harry Wilson, I will have absolutely no drama with. Absolutely no drama. In fact, I said as well, after we sign these 4, if we got let's just add Paulinho to it. If we added Paulinho to that, if Spurs decided to go and say, right, we're going to buy one youth product, I'd be like, okay, fine. This is what teams do. For every 5 or 6 players that they bring in, you want to bring in a youth player, fine. You strengthen the squad with 5, 6 players. Yes, we've got so many youngsters at the moment, and some think they're not good enough. Some think some are, or some, whatever. But that's the way I want to see Spurs do business. I don't mind. I'm a big fan of bringing youth through. But if we sign Harry Wilson next, after the 4, there'll be absolute chaos with this fan base. But if we were to sign Vlahovic, Paulinho, Morgan Gibbs-White, and then Harry Wilson, just like I said, spitballing, fans shouldn't have a problem. I think he could be a very good squad player. Gapco is a non-starter. From what I've been told, not a chance in hell is Gapco coming to Spurs. Not a chance. We just need someone, big up Joe Boy again, we just need someone who can cross on the left wing since Exactly. Vlahovic sounds ideal. Wages. Well, not Joey. He wants. So Juventus. This is how it's going at Juventus. From what we're seeing across social media, he went from Fiorentina to Juventus and was on like 330,000 euros a week. Juventus at the end of this contract have said, hell no, are we paying you that? And he has said, I want around 150, 160 English before tax. Don't know what that works out with tax, whatever. And Juve even said no to that. So he has sliced his wages, or slashed, shall we say, and still Juve aren't willing to do ball or play ball. Sorry. So I think Dusan Vlahovic is very gettable for us right now. Not just for us, for any team. Kind of with our resources or people that have got that kind of money. Again, watching the overlap as well, reliving and hearing Jurgen go over the deal with Alan Sugar on his boat. He went through it again. He said, listen, Alan Sugar called him because Arsene Wenger said to Jurgen, we get a bid of £2 million, I'll let you go, because he said, I think I'm done. Alan Sugar called him, as in Sugar called Klinsmann and said, right, listen, you fancy coming to Tottenham, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, well, and Klinsmann was like, yeah, okay, blah. And he said, do you want to come and meet me? And Klinsmann said, well, where shall I meet you? He goes, I'm at the dock where his yacht was. He went onto the yacht. They discussed it. He discussed the wages, and Klinsmann said, I want to be on par with your top earner. This is what I got at Inter Milan. This is what I got at Monaco. If I come to Tottenham, I want to be, what's the word he used? I don't want to misquote the great man. You go, compensated. I want to be compensated like your top earner. He goes, and this is why I love this man. He's so humble. He's like, I don't want to be a top earner. Like, I don't want to be head and shoulders above it. I just want to be on par. And the deal was done like that. And the reason I'm saying that is Vuskovic now, the money he's asking is easily, and he won't even be in the top earner at Spurs. He won't even be the top earner at Spurs with what he's asking. Damn right, Daniel. Ericsson does. Wolf Buddy, when we signed him, let's get this right. When we were rumoured with him, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Then I saw his stats for Bournemouth, and that he'd had it was one good season. But the stat that stood out for me more than anything was that season he scored the most headed goals in the Premier League, over Haaland, over whoever it may be. So like, okay, we're going in for him. He likes to press and close down. So that means obviously it'll suit Angie's attacking football. And it's like, okay, if he comes in, I can see the attributes. And then we sign the guy with the most headed goals in the Premier League, and then we don't buy a winger that can cross the football. Then his injuries, and I just don't think, again, if we got an incredible crosser of the ball, and maybe he could have a good season with us if he stayed here this season. But I'm putting no hopes on him. If we could sell him tomorrow, I'd do it. If we could get 40 million back of that 65, I'd bite your hand off. 30, I'd bite your hand off. So yeah, Ericsson, yeah. Didn't know about what channel? What channel? Oh, Daniel, what channel did you not know about? You obviously knew about this one. Which one are you talking about? Which one are you talking about? I'm going to be intrigued if you're still here to know what show you're talking about. Yeah, but people, it'll be the first time that I'm going to ask tonight, and probably the only time. There's 72 of you in here right now. If you guys could just take the time, if you haven't already, just to hit like. That's all I ask. Like I said, we're trying to grow the channel. This show, the best show for me, on YouTube with the greatest audience, the greatest interaction. If you can hit like, brilliant. If you haven't subscribed and you'd like to see more content or be a regular part of Late Night Lilywhite, just subscribe and hit the notification bell. And now we'll go back to the show. COYS Liam, how far do you think, Kel? Scott, look, I think the host nation or a host nation always stands a chance of getting out of the group. And if I bring it up again, World Cup group stages, World Cup group stages. So Canada are with Bosnia and Herzegovina, Qatar and Switzerland. I see Switzerland winning that group. And depending on Bosnia and Herzegovina turning up, I would imagine they get second place. But never, ever, ever rule out a host nation for getting out of the group stage. If they get out of the group stage, then I can't remember what it is. It's because it's such a big tournament. Does it become the last 28 or whatever it does? Then it's hook or by crook. I think Scott would agree as well. If we can just get out of the group stage, and I do say we, because obviously this is my home now, I can see him maybe sneaking second. And I look very much forward to, and Scott's going to, it's my turn to wind Scott up. I can't wait to see my boy Tajon Buchanan hopefully have the World Cup, be Canada's player of the World Cup. I love that player. I love him. Next season, I want us to win it. Oh, mate, Richard, there is no game ever that I want to win more. And that's not just me, all of us. Some may say Chelsea. Coming to think of that, now we're in June. What is the date? I've been so overtaken with World Cup fever. When the fixtures for the Premier League, when are the fixtures out for the Premier League? 19th of June. So Friday week. No, is it right? Friday week? Yeah, because my birthday's 2 weeks, right? Friday week, the Premier League fixtures come out. And the first thing I do is always look for the NLD. That's what I do. NLD, find them out, book them off work, or tell Mum. Even Alana says to me on that day, she goes, what 2 days are we doing absolutely nothing? Because she knows, don't expect me to do anything. And I do mean anything on North London Day, whether we win, lose, draw, beforehand, after. I always look for that. But now, the first thing I do look for is who are we playing the weekend of Halloween, because that's my wife's birthday. And thankfully, not once has a North London derby been around her birthday. And please, may that continue. Please, God, may that continue. Let's have a look. Where are we now? So, this is where we're talking about the league. My God, I'm far behind. Right. God. So there's me going. So they might creep into second, and there's Scott with. It'll be a miracle if we win again. I reckon we can win. The host nation always normally gets at least one win. Let's hope we can do it. But I will say, Scott will know a lot more, for obvious reasons, about the Canadian national team and its players than I do. But I would say, outside of his family, I am Tajon Buchanan's biggest fan. And I love all I can say is, people, when Canada are playing, just keep an eye on Tajon Buchanan. That's all I will say. Early days, but I think a few more. Europe could be 8. It really could. Scott, from Canada as well. We've looked at. Oh, you're from Canada as well. We looked awful in the 2 friendly matches, but surely 3 points first. Yeah, that says 32, not 28. We shall see. I second would be incredible. Is that the same Roberto De Zerbi factor that had shit versus? Mate, Sunderland was his first game. Wolves, we were awful. But what I will say as well is now De Zerbi's going to have a full pre-season with him and get a lot of his players in, or have his players in. So I think what De Zerbi does going forward is going to be night and day to what we saw last season. I really do. Big up to you, Godfrey. Let's have a look. Mate, Jonathan, like I said, they're going to be in honour of you. Then I'm going to ask you to add a few more stages, and I'm going to have in the top corner, like we do when I do this, Tottenham on tour there, I might have to get on the top right, sponsored or associated with Jonathan Boyd for the 5 stages. We'll come up with the 5 stage categories. Always, Daniel, always good to see you, buddy. Where are we? This is where people saying they can hear me. Yes, loud and clear, loud and clear. I don't want Vuskovic out. I don't want him out. I want him out on loan to come back to Spurs, a bigger player. I'm saying it now. If we win the FA Cup, you're coming up. Mate, if we win the FA Cup, you're coming over to Canada. If we win the FA Cup, well, put it this way, I will be in London without foul in June, and hopefully for most of June, because next June the 5th, Friday just gone, my parents celebrated their 49th wedding anniversary. And next year, obviously, being the golden anniversary, Ilana and myself will be coming over to have big celebrations with my parents, my sister, my brother-in-law, my nephews, my niece, the family, close friends. And I want to stay there pretty much all of June because I want to have a Father's Day with my dad, which I haven't been able to have. He's been here once since I've been here, and that was for my birthday and Father's Day. And also it's my birthday and anniversary, and I don't get to share it with everyone back home. So next year, I will be in, please God, I will be in London most of June. So the FA Cup, depending when the FA Cup is, come over and I could be flying back with you, buddy, and Ilana, obviously. But it would be lovely to see you out here, bud. And anyone who ever wants to come out here, and say, do you know what? I want to visit Toronto. I want to come out and see Daigle. I want to go and watch a game at the famous Scotland Yard with Toronto Spurs and so-called the atmosphere up. All I will say is just let me know. Get your ticket, as in your airfare. This right here behind me, totally yours. No hotel expenses needed. Just money for going out to the Scotland Yard, blah, blah. Maybe a little contribution for food. And that's it. So all you need is your flight money and the bed and breakfast of Shade Eagle is yours. If anyone ever wanted to come out. You was 11. Yeah, no, so wait a minute. You were 11. How old was I? 91. I was born 79. So I would have been turning 12. But yeah, I was 11. You must be 79 like me, Miro. You must be, yeah. Top 8, no higher than 4th. Okay, we're back. Can hit. Okay, everyone can. Now, wicked, Daniel. That was the one I was looking for. My God, how far again are we behind? By the way, largest position climb was is 13 spots. Leicester. Largest points increase 43. Yeah, Hospirius, you got to remember. It's more. Oh no, sorry, Leicester. They didn't finish 17th, did they? You're right. You're right. I was about to say, what are you talking about? No, you're right. You're right. My apologies, brother. You're spot on. Wow, mate. So that 87 season is the first FA Cup final I can vividly remember. Like from then, is when I started really following Spurs and enjoying Spurs as a kid. So I didn't know all the players like I knew them come 91 and obviously to today. But obviously Waddle and Hoddle were just magnificent. Paul Allen, just honestly, the Steve Hodge, if I remember correctly. I'm going through the David Pleaton's Blue Army. Yeah, we're hot shot Tottenham. We are the Super Spurs. Everybody knows we're the football connoisseurs. 7 times we won the cup, and number 8 is coming up. We're hot shot Tottenham. I'm trying to remember the song. I'm just trying to remember the midfielders. Anyway, on to our dealers. Mate, honestly, great team. Great team. Would you rate Wilson? Chef, I'm going to be honestly, I don't even know who that is. I'm going to look him up right now, but I have no idea who he is. Let's have a look. Wilson. There we go. Oh, he's at Sunderland. Jesus Christ. Why have I not heard? Why have I not heard of him? I've got, do you know what, honestly, mate, until, don't know why I haven't heard him, but at Sunderland, I don't know enough about him to comment, bro, in all honesty. We still can hear me. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a great comment. That is a great comment, I have to say. Ideal world, bro. Be to chuck 30 million and Gallagher at Forest for MG. Yeah, I've seen people saying this about Gallagher. Look, I will do anything. Like, I love Morgan Gibbs-White. There's nothing I think Morgan Gibbs-White is a better player. I think Morgan Gibbs-White not being in the World Cup squad is an absolute travesty. But I can't see that ever being a thing, and I can't see Gallagher going, yeah, all right, I'll go to Forest. Alvarez, not a chance in God's green earth of him coming to Spurs, although, my God, would I love it if he did. It's why when we've been talking about strikers, I haven't mentioned him. He left England because he wanted to be in a warmer climate and in a Spanish-speaking country. There is not a chance in God's green earth that Alvarez is coming to Spurs. Not a chance. Mate, do you know what, Richard? We won that Carabao Cup in 2008. I quit drinking July 2008. 2 of my biggest benders of all time, let alone just before I stopped, was after the 5-1 against the Phils to get to the final. I'd already been drinking. I'd already been on a 2-day bender, or the second day of a bender, that then went on for about 4 or 5 days in total, not 4 or 5 days after that. And then winning the Carabao Cup. I remember watching it, or the Carling Cup back then, sorry. I remember going to the game, to a pub in Southgate, and Fishmonger's Arms is called. I think it's still there, to watch the game. I didn't get home till Thursday evening. And when my parents said to me, where have you been? I was like, I've got no fucking clue. I didn't even realise 4 days had gone past. That was my last proper bender, apart from my sister's wedding in May, where it was a free bar. And my dad, I was like, okay. My dad even said to me, this is how bad it was with my drinking. My dad even said to me, Brian, your sister's getting married. She said it to me the night before. He said, Brian, your sister's getting married. Just do me one favour. It's one thing is all I ask. He goes, during the morning and the day, like getting ready, don't have a drink. Don't have a drink before the service. Then when we get to the wedding host venue, you're going to be having to go grab family members for pictures, and whilst all the big photos are getting done that you're not a part of, you're going to have to kind of run the show. But as soon as that's done and we start the dancing and dinner, knock yourself out. My God, did I? But my brother-in-law had loads of family over from Israel, and they were just going up to the bar and getting bottles of scotch individually. But my God, that was a bender and a half. And the weirdest thing was my auntie kept taking my drinks off me because she was worried I was drinking too much, literally taking them off me and having them herself. I was like, you do realise it's a free bar and I'm literally just going to walk over and get another one. Good times. Good times. Ninth in a cup. Yep, mate, listen, we win a cup and get top 10. And the FA Cup, it be. My God. Oh, we get, mate, old. Don, do you think the Levy smear campaign influenced him deciding to sell all but... Mate, apparently it's not been sold. You just never know with this football club. For people that have probably heard me say this already, and for people that maybe don't live in England, may not know this show or get the reference, there's a very funny panel show, a comedian show called Would I Lie to You, where it's hosted by obviously a host. There's 2 teams of 3, and they turn over and read cards, and they've never seen the cards before they read them, and it's either a true story about these people or a lie that they've got to try and convince is true. And one of the captains like this game plays with your mind, because when you hear some really, really stupid things that are so wild, you automatically think it's a lie, but sometimes they're true. And the other way around, where something sounds so factually true that that's Tottenham Hotspur. So I don't know if they have been sold. I hope they have. I hope we have a Levy free zone, but who the fuck knows? I think Robertson and his coaching team are doing a lot of the scouting legwork and are saying Lange is so we get rid of him. Miro, do you know what? This is where I'm at as well, because I also remember Spurs saying, and this is the one thing I do believe that they said in these rumours or these statements was, and what happened, De Zerbi said as well when he joined, is he brought in a couple of coaching staff to get us over here, get us out to where we are now as in Premier League survival. And then during the summer, he's bringing his full coaching staff. So I expect big changes on the coaching levels, and hopefully that will influence Lange's demise, or whatever word you want to use, restraining order, whatever you want to say. Just get the fuck out of N17. Oh, mate, it will be the best. Paul Mitchell, Paul Mitchell, I would love to come back. I think, obviously, without leaving micromanaging, but do you know what? I'm gonna go down to the bottom now, just so we can have a yes or no very, very quickly. Seba, I just saw this, mate. Thanks for that. Do you know what? With Elise being heavily targeted, Rodrigo must think, right, I'm out of here. What the fuck can I do? He didn't want to come to us last season. I can't see him coming to us in a million years. I think this could be a name that definitely gets dropped and rumoured with Spurs and blah, blah, blah. But I don't see it happening in a billion years. Right, the question I wanted to ask people, but thank you for the super chat, Seba. Really appreciate it. I wish, and I seriously believe, that when a football manager comes in, he should be able to bring in his own director of football. It should always be who the manager wants to work with. Paul Mitchell came with Poch, said word hand in glove at Southampton. I don't think this should be a decision made by the board. Oh, we're going to hire him for the director of football. I seriously believe that when a football manager comes in, part of his coaching staff and backroom staff should be the director of football. I mean, guys, what do you think? Yes or no? Do you think the manager should be able to bring in his choice of director of football, or do you think it should be a board level decision and he's got to adapt to what the manager wants? I wonder how people feel about that. I seriously believe, regardless who comes in as manager, I honestly think part of the backroom staff, and I'm not just saying this because Lange is an absolute fucking prick. You look at the bad ones we've had. I seriously believe, and not just for Spurs, I think part of the backroom staff is director of football. And you should have a director. If a manager comes in with a director of football that he wants to work alongside or has worked alongside, they will. There's no kind of trying to force that relationship. Oh, this is the director of football. You report to him. He'll report to us. Blah blah blah. It should be okay. I am the manager. This guy is who understands my style of football, the players I want, the profile, the standard, the whatever. And me and him are very much on a personal level and footballing level able to work together. And like Dan has just said, with that should be the responsibility again for me. With when we talk back nowadays, when we talk backroom staff, we talk about data analysis, nutritionist, assistant manager, set piece coach, fitness coach, blah 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 blah. I think director of football needs to be associated with that. Could well have been. I big up. I want to sack the. What a name! I want to sack the board. I agree. The DO. Exactly. This is. I think it's such a big thing that you should be able to come in and have the director of football that you want to work alongside. I still remember with AVB, with Baldini, with the Bow money. AVB said, "I want this, this, this." Levy said, "No. You coach the players. Me and Baldini will bring them in." And he didn't get the players he wanted. He didn't get. And he was like, "You make these players better." It's like, well, I didn't want these players. They don't fit what I need to do. I think it's a massive error, not just by Tottenham, but by football in general. I just don't get how people over. It's for me, that would be the one thing I would do. Manage beats big up, brother. I haven't spoken to you for a while. We need to have that phone call. I will speak to. We will sort that out, buddy. We will sort that back, mate. You never need to apologise, mate. Honestly, I don't like telling this story. I really don't, because it's my hero, my footballing hero, and battle with alcohol. My cousin, and people might know this, I've spoken about it before, used to work or be the manager of the Galvin at the Windows, Park Lane Michelin star restaurant, 28th floor of the Hilton Park Lane. And if people remember when Gazza used to go on benders with Chris Evans, I'm not talking about the Hollywood actor, people back home will know the ginger guy that used to host a big breakfast, worked on Virgin Radio, married Billy Piper, Danny Baker, Jimmy Five Bellies. When they sometimes wanted privacy and go on a bender, or when they'd end up at the restaurant and at the bar, and my cousin would obviously be there, and I've seen him there. I've seen met Gazza hundreds of times, mainly sober, and when I was younger and whilst he was at Spurs, and adore him. I feel a very close connection to Gazza, not just via football, but because of addiction as well. And I've actually tried to reach out to him, and I don't mean this like phone number. I've tried emails. I've tried when he has got social media. I've tried reaching out to people that may know an agent, whatever, to say, listen, I may not be able to help him or whatever, but this guy is my hero, and if he ever wants to talk or whatever from one addict. Never thinking he'd get back in touch with me. But anyway, I digress. He'll gather at the windows. Whenever I was still there, every time my cousin used to walk past, because he remembered it, he was like, "Hey, Spurs fan, back £50 in his hand." And my cousin would walk over, start doing his work, blah, 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 blah. He'd have to walk past him again or check on the, "Hey, Spurs fan, £50 again." And then my cousin, God bless him, or bless him, every time Gaza left, he used to go, "Here you go, Gaza." And he's like, "What's this?" He goes, "This is the money you kept giving me." And sometimes it was over £1,000 in 50s. But he was so drunk he couldn't remember. And it breaks my heart telling that story. It breaks my heart having to speak about him in that way. And do you know the worst thing I hate about it? And this is, sorry, we've digressed a bit, and I'm sorry, when we speak about things like this, it's personal for me. It's personal for me. What I hate nowadays is if I owned a pub and Paul Gascoigne walked into my bar and said, "Give me a whatever alcoholic drink," I'll be like, "Gaza, not a goddamn chance. You can have all the alcohol frees you want, have them for free. Don't care. You are not getting a drink in this pub. Not a goddamn. I don't want your money. I don't want your health and well-being." And as a known addict, is more important to me than your money. And then when I've seen the videos on YouTube where people see that he's drunk and they take the camera out and get into a conversation with him and record it so that video can get traction and clicks and likes, it is absolutely vile. The Scotland Yard, God bless them. No, if I ever went up to anyone in the Scotland Yard and said, "Give me a Jack Daniels and Coke," whatever, they'd be like, "Nice try, Brian. Nice try, Brian. Not a chance." Obviously, I could walk into the bar next door, wouldn't have a clue. But they know full well for my own health, and they won't. They just won't. So anyone that allows Gaza to drink, or even an off license, anyone that allows Paul Gascoigne, knowing full well what it could do to him, I can't stand you. And that's not just because it's Paul Gascoigne and he's my footballing god. This is the personal mental health, the alcoholic, the guy that personally has to deal with a lot of addictions. Feeding the beast for anything is just pathetic. I honestly, I cannot abide by it. I simply, it drives me goddamn wild. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. But again, we went off topic. And I love going off topic. This is a great thing with this show. We just never know where it's going to take us. Never, ever know. Now, where were we? I've got to get back up to... I've just seen my man Toxic's in the building. Don't know if he's still here because I'm so far behind on the comments. What I'm going to do with these comments is I'm going to start... If it's about conversations we've really gone over, I will skip them just because we've had it so I can get back. Oh, right now we're up to the what Sissoko is doing. Apparently he is still there, but he's got an agency as well. He's got a side hustle. No, oh God, could you see him as I could see him as a priest. Steve Marmouche and Garassi, big time. Alvarez, like I said, not a goddamn chance. Flores, Valet, ding, 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 ding. Good times always end. Good. Hopefully, good times always begin for us, buddy. But I hope you're good and well. the proof, mate. He's a porn star agent, mate. Look, as you know, we obviously showed it. Mate? Do you know what he was? And the worst thing is obviously we're going for Mane that season, and obviously he went to Liverpool because we wouldn't pay the money that he wanted. We wouldn't pay the money to Southampton. We wouldn't pay the money he wanted, and somehow we ended up with Sissoko. Mate, the power of persuasion to have those players. The player he has got, I believe I did, Eric, afterwards. I believe I did. Mate, unbelievable. Yes, all good. Let's moving on. All good, all good. Is Canada on dial up? Where are we? So it is the right one. Mate, he is a top player. He is a top player. Oh dear. Listen, I'm no tourist. No tourist. I've been in the country for a whole 6 months now. Oh no, there will be 6 months come the end of June. I think I'm due a visit, aren't I? My visa's going to run out after 6 months as a tourist, isn't it? Mate, honestly, what a incredible thing. There he is. I saw him. I did see him. Big up, Toxic Brother. I hope you are good and well, mate. Much love to you as always. That's it. You're bang on. Wolf, there's that email again. Richard James, there's the email again. If anyone wants to keep in contact with me or lives in the States or around Canada and wants to come visit and wants to meet up at the Scotland Yard, there's my email. Always feel free to send me an email. Sometimes it may take me a couple of days to get back to you, because especially now I'm at work. And I've stopped really checking my emails. I do check it, but nowhere near as regular as I should. But right, let's get back to where we were, because I just went to check something. Is honestly, it is. But do you know the thing about it, Dan, is if someone had said to me 18 years ago, because I was still drinking 18 years ago, I'll be 18 in July 28th, that in 18 years I'd be living in Canada to the woman I fell in love with in 2007, uncle to 5 incredible nephews and niece, and just everything else that's gone in my life 18 years ago, I would have said, you're absolutely buzzing and probably as drunk as I am and as high as I am. You get, when they say you get out what you put in, or you put in whatever it is, mate, the biggest, it is my greatest achievement. And as you all know and others know, I will always be open about it. Always. I've never hidden from it. I never will hide from it. I wear my sobriety as a badge of honor, not as a downfall and a negative. If I hadn't done what I did, I wouldn't be where I am now. And please God, it never happens. But if my nephews or niece ever go down the wrong path, I will be there and say, not like my parents and doctors that try to help me and go, well, your health, if you do this and this might happen. I'll be like, you don't want to go down this path. Trust me, you don't want to go. And I wear it as a huge badge of honor. And anyone beating it and trying it, oh yeah, Rich, if you reach out to me, I don't know where you are in the States, Mr. Jack here, my brother, who is also, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, he's going through sobriety as well. In fact, it's how, like, Jack always was always been a great supporter of me, always, and I love him dearly. And like I said, this is the great thing about YouTube. This is the great thing about YouTube and social media. I can't remember exactly how. I think Jack found me on We Are Tottenham TV. We got chatting. We exchanged numbers. And both have issues or have fight addiction. And Jack is one of the most important people in my life now. And it's all through YouTube. I would not have met Jack for love, or I could have walked past him in my life and not have a clue who he was. Now, this guy is so special and important to me. It's incredible. Rich, please make sure you email me, buddy. Please make sure you email me. Jack's given me permission to give your number out. Wolfie, I don't know where you are in the States, but if you're anywhere near Miami, Chicago, Illinois, so Florida. If you're anywhere, I always get confused if you're anywhere near Florida or whatever. You got Jack, mate. I've got a lot of Americans that I know that you can reach out to and whatever. And Richard, Wolf, if you ever want to come over to the yard, I want to try and arrange a day where I can try and get as many people who either live in North America or abroad, all to come to Toronto for a game at the Scotland Yard and make it like a massive, massive thing. I think it would be awesome. The last, mate, do you know what? That's that's go out as he came in, mate. Go out as he came in, like the whole fucking Cahill and Tevez, but for Nelson and Saha, mate, trooper. Well, put it this way: that's my lunch break tomorrow. Tomorrow is still. This is where my days have been absolutely messed up. So today is Sunday here, but it's Monday where you are. So I don't have my lunch till Tuesday, which is Tuesday morning. Anyway, this is how it's screwing me. 3:32 or 3:30 Monday to Friday, or should I say Tuesday to Saturday, because I finish 7:30 in the morning Saturday, is my lunch break. Please, Rich, please make sure you do, brother. Please, honestly, I would love to get in touch with you and keep in contact with you personally, not just via the chat. Please reach out to me, buddy. Be great. Ozzy, Brian, I'll always respect and respond to people. Brian will always respond to people, either email or message. Absolutely fantastic, passionate, kind. Mate, do you know what? Like I said, I have a tattoo on my thigh. I don't know why I'm just tapping myself there, but yes, I have it on this thigh. I'll do it again. It's a Will Smith comment of all people, but as soon as I saw it, a lot of my tattoos are quotes were either I created or I've got a Nelson Mandela one here. I've got the Will Smith one there. I've got two on either side of my calves that are from me. But the one from Will Smith is, if you're absent during my struggles, don't expect to be present during my success. And obviously that is aimed at the people that dropped me during my battles with addiction and demons, and the ones that stood by me, and people that have been with me on this journey through YouTube and know me. For example, give you a big example. We Are Tottenham TV. Everyone will know my connection with for them, both professionally and personally. Simeon and I are brothers. Take a bullet for him. Me and Ben are as thick as thieves. I pretty much speak to Ben every single day of my life. Every single day. We have a joke that I miss sat nav on his way home from the studio because of the time zones. He calls me, we chat all the way. People remember when I was back in England this time, when I walked out of the NLD home away the 4-1 defeat, I pretty much had one of the biggest, what did I call it? what did I call it? Wobbles, setbacks, whatever. And I pretty much had a mental and emotional breakdown out of nowhere. Ben and his wonderful wife, Ashley, behind the scenes, looked out for me like never before. I've never, ever felt so loved, like in a dark, dark place. Obviously, my family, what Ben and Ashley did just by calls, even if I didn't answer, would send messages, just let me know you're okay. Just, do you need me to come and go for a drive? Just honestly, there's nothing I would ever. Anytime we are Tottenham TV say anything, they say jump, I say how high. What they do as a channel, what they do and what they have provided, and the amount of people that have got on from We Are Tottenham TV to create their own channels and do stuff, and what they do for people behind the scenes for channels, but what they personally, honestly, I will never, and like I said, going back to Ozzy COYS' message, I will always, because people, I know what it's like to be at rock bottom. I know what it's been like to live on the streets and to have to fight against mental health and people really disrespecting you, and not because of issues that you've had. And I will always, no matter what, even if you and I don't, not you, Aussie Quiz, if there was someone in this chat trolling me big time, but they were being serious that they have mental health issues or addiction, forget the trolling, forget your views on Tottenham, forget my views on Tottenham, forget what you think of player X, player Y, manager, board. Mental health and beating addiction is the single most important thing that drives me, outside my nephews and niece and my wife. So yeah, honestly, that's why I am like I am with this. If it weren't for the people that were there for me, especially before I knew We Are Tottenham TV and YouTube, before that, the people that stood by me, if it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't be here. And I always believe of paying it forward, and the people that stood by me is the reason I stand here. So always is the number one thing. Sorry, I'm going on so many off the grid tangents, but it's, do you know what? It's because, again, I'm feeling like in such a good place right now that I can talk about it for, like I've always spoken about it freely and openly. But yeah, let's get back to the goddamn show. Where were we? Yeah, we've done that. So, oh no, we've done this. Right, where were we? I said hello to Toxic. There we go. Toxic I said hello to. Right, I'm finding out where we were. Here we go. I said this has become. Here we go. Pepper. Oh yeah, that. Now I know where we are. Possibly a oh mate, that I don't know if that carries on. Well, that's a massive. That's a massive thing, Sam. Like I said, I saw, obviously all the news broke. I haven't looked into or checked. I don't even know the scores of today's games. I don't even know if England finished 1-0 yesterday. These games and at the weekend when I've been trying to sleep, I haven't. As of Thursday, I will be carried. If Brighton don't accept an extra 10 million for Van Hecke, do you know what it is, Daniel, brother? Ben mentioned this today when we did the update on We Are Tottenham TV. What's his? I've forgotten his bloody name. Paul Barber, the Brighton incredible what he does for them and his data and everything he does. He came out and said, we've rejected 2 bids from Tottenham. And this is how it is, blah, 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 blah. Obviously trying to maybe start a bidding war or try to get Spurs to hurry up. Now Van Hecke, that could have been very, very clever of him to try and get other people involved and start a bidding war, which he has every right to do. And looking out for Brighton and the best interest of Brighton is his main priority, not what's best for Van Hecke. But now that Van Hecke has come out and said, I'm not talking to anyone else, I want Tottenham. That's it. No one else. Don't even bother. I won't talk to you. I won't agree personal terms. Paul Barber's words of he tried to double down. What's it they say in International Lock Song? If you're prepared to bluff, prepare to have your bluff called. And Van Hecke has done that. And now that he said, I only want Tottenham, he's going to have to try and get a deal sorted. Any kind of power or kind of influence he could have had on trying to get other people involved, he's lost it. And now it's either get the deal done and cash in, or come January, Spurs will either come in with a much lower offer and take him in January, or they'll sign a pre-season contract and he'll come for free in January. So I think Paul Barber's words have come back to haunt him, and they're going to have to get this deal done quick. So I believe that the offer we're about to submit is 45 plus 5 million in bonuses, whatever. And then it could be 50 to 55. But I think the 45 plus 5 is going to be accepted. And then everything is going to go through. I expect the deal to be done by Thursday. Anytime you need... Oh, there you go. There you go. You got another one here, Rich. See? Just by this... See, again, this is why I love Late Night Lilywhite. And this is why, for me, and obviously I'm very, very, very biased, it is the best and most engaging and most incredible show, because no matter what, and I'll give the prime example, Scott M. Scott M will go into loads and loads of chats and be the Scott M that you see here. And I love Scott M, and I will defend Scott M personally. A lot of people think, oh, he's so negative, he's blunt, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, he can be. But he is just so, personally, he is just an incredible guy, and I am very close to him. But you'll see him in other chats, and or not just him, but loads of people in other chats. The vulgarity and the toxicity and disgusting comments and arguments that happen in the chat are just vile and disgusting. But whenever we do Late Night Lilywhite, whether there be 65 of us that are in here now, whether it be the hundreds that we get when I do the transfer all-nighters, the chat here is always, and I do mean always, incredible. People may disagree on certain topics we talk about and players and whatever, but there is no hostility, there is no animosity, there is no vulgarity, there is respect, banter, fun and laughter. And Rich, from you just saying about addiction, you've got me, my email, you have got Jack, who's prepared for me to give his number, and you've also got my man Steve in the UK. This is what this channel, this show, and finding people in a very, very tough time in the world right now is all about. And honestly, just this conversation here is just incredible. Big up, Dan. Big up. Who do you have to win in the... Oh, Sam, do you know what? In the We Are Tottenham TV sweepstakes, I drew Argentina. So I'm delighted with that. I honestly, totally and utterly believe that England have a very, very good chance. Sam, I believe, honestly, and a lot of people now go, no, what are you talking about? You see how shit they played yesterday? No, I didn't. I think when I look at the English teams that we've had in the past with the golden generation and all this, and they haven't been able to get the job done, it's about having the right squad. Like what we're trying, and I don't get me wrong with what I'm saying. What I love about the potential quartet of defenders is they're all got their own unique thing where they're elite, i.e. Van der Ven, pace, Senesi, foot passing, Danso, aerial ability, Van Hecke, front foot football. They've all got their. I think we have got a team that are there to just get the job done. When you get to tournament football, get out of the group stage, just win. Just win. I don't care if we win the World Cup and play the most boring football in the world. Obviously, I'd love us to play the most exciting brand. But one of the things I was having a conversation, and people, the couple of people just weren't understanding, this was on WhatsApp. No matter what group we have qualified from, and I mean the actual qualifying, not the qualifying groups at the actual tournament, for England, this World Cup qualifying campaign, to not concede a single goal. A single goal. Yes, the teams weren't the best apart from a couple of them, but it does not matter who we play. We played San Marino. We've every single qualifying campaign we've conceded a goal. And you'd expect that over, 8, 10 games, 10, 12 games, whatever it is, in qualifying groups, you expected to concede a goal. No matter what group you're in, no matter what team you are. But to go that whole thing without conceding a goal, I just think come the World Cup, should England get it right, and they're as resolute as that, I think we've got every chance. And obviously keep Harry Kane fit and get the ball to him. Harry Kane doesn't have a good World Cup, England don't win it. As simple as that. After all that spill I just did, if Harry Kane don't play well, we ain't winning it. I think Argentina have got every chance of retaining it. A lot of people talk about Portugal, but I don't think they've got a striker that they can depend on. We shall see. We shall see. Richard saying, mate, Richard, this is what I've always wanted. And Ben with Tottenham on tour. Thanks with Ben, the moderator. With the we run a very, very tight ship and we don't tolerate bullshit. We don't. If someone comes in and they're giving it that, they have a few opportunities. If they don't, goodbye. There's no time for it. I will never ever stand for that kind of shit. I want this to be so inclusive. Everyone feel respected. Everyone. Obviously, we're going to disagree, like I said, but when it comes to the topic we were talking about, Richard, with you struggling with addiction and whatever, this is where I know when we got good people. This is how you tell. One of the biggest things I learned as well from my plight is I remember during my drinking days, like my bender days that we were mentioning, I'd go out with like £500-600 cash in my pocket, and I would not go home until every penny is gone, and I mean every single penny. And it got to points where I was buying everyone in the pub a drink just to get rid of some money. But then as soon as I was skint, at times I was sitting at the bar making a pint last half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour. All those people that were around me when I had money, the second I didn't have money, it would have been nice for someone to say, oh, do you want a drink? Brian, listen, let me get you a drink, but nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be fucking seen. And I learned a valuable lesson, which is what you want, the people that you can tell your friends and who you should have in your inner circle, if they're there standing by your side when the times are rough and the times are bad. When times are good, everyone wants to know you. Everyone wants to be a part of it. Everyone wants to focus around you. But the second shit gets hard and shit gets tough, those people won't say boo to a goose to you. Always, the people that stand by your side at times of struggle, as my tattoo says, are the ones, and this is what I want on this channel and this show. And welcome to it, Richard. I look forward to hearing from you. A lot of people are, and this is what this show is all about. No, the biggest sci-fi thing I ever watched and loved, and people all around the world will know this, is Red Dwarf. Sci-fi is just not my bag. Although I say that, even though it's a comedy show. Big Bang Theory is one of my favourite and funniest shows. But Star Trek, Star Wars is not for me. It is not for me. That pretty much is it. That pretty much is it. That's brilliant. Yeah, Scott. See, now me and Scott. See, we're harmonising. Well, oh, wait a minute. What have I just done? I've just lost every. What? I pushed the wrong button. Oh God. All right, where are we? Blah 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 blah. I just pushed the wrong button. Just as I was getting my groove on, and it took me right down to the bottom. But I know we were talking about Star Trek. Okay, there we are. Beto, love you too, buddy. I would really like to give a huge hug and kiss to Ozzy. What a great appointment, mate. The proof will be in the pudding this season. Much love to you as well, brother. We will see. We will see. Like, obviously, there was an upturn in form. We got out of danger. If we'd stuck with Tudor or Frank, I think it would have been a very different show we'd be having right now. I'd probably be on the absolute warpath still. So big up to you. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, if Spain, they are going to be hard to beat. Mate, do you know what? I'm actually not minding it. It's just my body getting used to it. There you go, Florida, Miami, Florida. That's what I was saying. What was Wolf saying? Trust me, with a family like mine, you wouldn't want any family. It's just a word to keep you controlled. Friends, at least you can choose. God bless you and Brian. See, I love I love everyone in this chat. I love doing this. I'll go back to my earlier comment. We are dog shit. Lewandowski. Yeah, my God, how far have I got behind? 10:43, and we're at 11:50. I'm an hour behind. Jesus, that shows how good it is. That's probably because I've been on tangents as well. Oh, here we go. Yoda's home is Dago, bruh. Bry should open a pub called Dago's Bar, mate. Have I told one of the thing? Me and my mate Jerry, who I met in Israel and is like my closest mate outside of YouTube and everything. We've known each other over 24 years now. We used to think of funny names if we opened certain shops and whatever. I have the best name for a curry house ever, and if I won the lottery, I would, not that I know anything about restaurants, but my wife's culinary trained and knows about the industry. I would open up a curry house, and the curry house would be called Papa Don Preach. I fucking love that. Papa Don Preach would be the place to go. No, it should never. He should never, ever, mate. I still, the fact that he was able to leave this football club drives me mad. Oh, mate, I know that. Do you know what? That, I think there's quite a few people that are in here right now that will remember that show and were part of that show. I remember doing that show where literally we're just doing the show like this. Then all of a sudden, I think it might have been, 2 o'clock back home? Which, no, that's 9 o'clock here. About 11 to 4 in the morning, things started going and happening. I think we had about 80 people in the chat. And then because everything that was going on, everyone was tuning into YouTube. And this is the great thing with doing this show as well, time zone wise. Should anything major break at this kind of time, we are the only show going. We had over 1,000 people in talking about it. The show was going nuts. I had about 13 tabs open where we were just going through the ITKs. We were going on so long that Ben actually woke up and had got to the shop. No, he was at home. He came, and the best part, or the worst part for me of that whole show, we'd been going about 7.5, 8 hours. Ben came on. I needed to take a piss and make another cup of coffee. And within that time, the Here We Go came. And I missed the fucking Here We Go. But that show, do you know how many people still message me and talk to me and mention that show? My God, I love that show. Yes, go big time. My man, I'm so happy I see this guy in more regularly now. Another guy all the way in Australia. Another guy, a diamond in the rough, that I spoke to and have their number and speak with. Haven't spoken properly for a while, but a wonderful human being. And I hope everything is good for you down in Aussie land, my man. Lewandowski isn't my top choice. Exactly. Anything we will get, we'll see. I mean, let's just face it, Lewandowski is a top draw striker, top on his day. I mean, I still remember that day when Guardiola went like that and he scored something like 5 goals in something ridiculous time, or 4 goals. What an absolute lethal and devastating striker. Could he still be that? It'd certainly be the best we had. Oh, mate, it drives me mad. 65 mil. Samu, yeah. Oh, wait. Dude, we need big time. Mate, colonoscopy. I think he is the worst player I've seen in our recent history. His attitude, everything was just horrific. We should be, mate. Do you know what? If he ends up at Woolwich, that will break my heart, and it will properly break my heart, because obviously the Eze thing that happened, and we went for it. But of all clubs to lose out to him when we had him pretty much done would be absolutely disgusting. Mate, we should be all over him. I honestly, I thought under Frank, he would have been incredible because he would have been able to bring the ball forward, blah, blah, blah. Under a Roberto De Zerbi, holy crap. He could be absolutely astonishingly brilliant. Henry Winter came out last week. Big up, Aussie Ange. Came out last week stating that Roberto will be handed a huge 300 million world choice. Yeah. All I will say, Henry Winter, very respectable journalist. And I will say one thing about Henry Winter. When the crowd and the group I was with doing the Enoch out, leave you out opposite the club shop, Henry Winter actually was outside the club shop looking at us and called a couple of us over. He knew one of them directly. I think it might have been Billy Carnes. I think it might have been Billy. But I went over. Wonderful man. Wonderful. Like, speaking to him and discussing it. Obviously, you see it on Twitter. You see him on TV shows, whatever. Speaking with him was really, really, really a pleasure. And I got a lot of time for Henry Winter. But 300 million, I'll believe it when I see it. I will believe it when I see it. Ericsson's heart, was it? My God, sir. Apparently his heart monitor malfunctioned. My God. My God. Whatever happens with him, and thank God he's okay, I think he has to call it a day now. He could obviously have a surgery. He might need surgery to replace, or to not replace, but fix the error, or it might fix itself. But after a first one was obviously devastating, but after a second scare, and I checked as well, apparently his wealth is about £25 million. I got that right? Let's have a look. Christian Eriksen. That sounds, I don't know why that sounds a little bit low. I can't believe I'm actually saying, yeah, 25 million sounds a little bit low. Net worth. Christian Eriksen. Yeah, Christian Eriksen has a amazing net worth of approximately, $25 million. So what's that? $25 million. 25 million USD to GBP. So it's it's just under 18,750,000. I think he's going to be okay. For the love of God, just enjoy retirement. Long time no see, El Said. How are you, my good man? I hope you're good. Hope you're well. I do have a coffee still. I have a coffee. It's gone midnight. I told you guys, listen, my body clock is kicking into this new job that I have. This could be going on for another 2 hours. Could be going on for another 20 minutes. You never, ever know. But El Said, thank you very much for the super chat, buddy. Hope you and the family are good and well. Where were we? We are in for look. What we got to worry about? What or not worry? Loads of names are going to be mentioned, called out, whatever. Wharton would be an incredible addition to this football club. An incredible addition. If he came, it would be a wow moment. Undoubtedly. I think there's going to be a few teams after him. It would be a big deal. It would be a big deal, but I think that deal might just be a little bit too hard to get done. And the only reason I say that is the amount of money Crystal Palace will demand. And I remember we dicked them around for 3 years with Eze. Regardless if he wanted to go to Arsenal or not, we could have had him over the last 3 years, but we dicked about. So Palace are going to be hard to deal with. Although the person that Palace found hard to deal with is no more, but I still think it will be a very, very, very hard deal to do. Just like, listen, I think Morgan Gibbs-White is gettable. I honestly do, and I think it may take 75, and we're going for 60 last time. Mate, 75 from Morgan Gibbs-White, no problem with me. No problem with me. We look at spending 65 on Solanke and Bele and Richard, whatever. You want a player that he scored 15 goals last season before we're talking about assists. That's more than most of our front line combined, which is appalling for our front line. Sam, I'm with you. I wouldn't go as far as terrible. I've seen very, very mixed reviews. Very, very mixed reviews from Liverpool fans. But what I will say, I'm surprised at how many people haven't praised him. I think the amount of people that are like, oh my God, if he goes, we'll be delighted, has really surprised me. Don't get me wrong, I think he's better than anything we've got right now. But I don't think he's a right fit. Yeah, absolutely none. Mate, do you know what? Like I said with Bergvall, again, if Adam Wharton coming in meant sending Gray on loan, and Scott M will know, and other people know, I think there's a player in Archie Gray. I really do, and I think he will go on to be a very good player for us. But I've got to be honest with what I've been saying. If you can get an Adam Wharton, and just like I said earlier with Van Hecke, I would love it if Vuskovic signed a contract, then went on loan to Brighton for a season, so we saw what he could do in the Premier League. If we could get an Adam Wharton, like you say, I don't know what that means if Gray has the whole bench. I think getting Archie Gray on loan to Crystal Palace to get Wharton could be a masterstroke. He will play regular, week in, week out at Palace. They will be in Europe, obviously in the Europa League this season. If we're going to bring in players of the calibre of him, there are going to be certain things we need to do to balance the book, or not balance the books, because we can, the advantage we have But I agree. I think Archie Gray is going to be a very, very good player for us. I really do. And I'm not going to have the Archie Gray discussion because it then becomes civil war and whatever. And I don't want that. But I agree. I think he will become a good player. My God, Sam, do you know what? You've been here pretty much the whole show. I don't know if people that have just joined have watched the Jurgen Klinsmann overlap, which I think has been the best one ever. And the way Gary Neville started that show by saying you were meant to be here 4 or 5 weeks ago, but obviously something happened. I didn't even realise his son was playing football. Not because... And obviously he went on about how he's been finding it hard to begin with because of the name, and everyone thought he's going to live up to being as good a goalkeeper as his dad was striker. But then hearing that injury and how bad it was and how they had to get him from... what country was it they had to get him to? He was in Italy where the injury happened. It was Germany, wasn't it? They had to get him back to Germany to a specialist neck surgery because he broke his neck and he's going to be fine. But obviously it was a very good chance he could be in the American World Cup squad, but obviously he's not now for obvious reasons. But unbelievable. That just shows how quickly it can be over. And Klinsmann was saying it was touch and go, wasn't it? But what an episode it was. And Jurgen Klinsmann was just... what a man. He will forget the player. He is a wonderful man. And you know what? Hearing him talk about when he became the German manager and how he got influenced by American coaches in his circle, whatever, and he got to learn about American football and how they're sort of fascinating watch. Yep, that happened as well. You're right. We must give Roberto the keys to Spurs. Now he has done the business by keeping us up. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, mate. I completely agree with you, Ozzy. And I actually said, and I think we all said, if anyone deserved, obviously not deserving include, if anyone deserved the checkbook, or as you said, the keys to go and get what he wants and do what he wants, was Mauricio Pochettino. Not just the season we lost the league to Leicester, but after the last season of the Lane. And obviously, surprise, surprise, we didn't. We heard at the beginning, the journalist and everyone was saying that he's going to have more power and influence on transfers, and it's going to kind of be like what Ferguson had at United. Everyone was like, yeah, of course, whatever. Yeah, we've heard this crap before. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it happens. We will soon see. But I agree. With what we've been through and how poor we've been in the league recently, things have to improve. And if you're going to back this manager the way you have done contractually, and obviously the football he wants to play, and by the way, as people might have seen in social media or whatever, apparently Roberto De Zerbi has fallen in love with the football club. And I don't mean the board and whatever. I'm talking the fans, the setup, as in the facility. He has apparently fallen head over heels in love with the club. Now, that could be just, I'm employed, I'm earning a lot of money through you. But from what we've seen and what I've heard as well, the players are loving life. And the harmony is good. And I can't remember, including Conte. Conte had it, but nowhere near the connection that Poch had. No one has, and no one will, or since. Roberto De Zerbi, I think, can harbour, foster, generate that kind of connection again between the club, between the manager, the players, and the fans again. So it's interesting times. Do you know what? I wouldn't want to get rid of Gallagher as much as I want. This one's so half. I can't see this in any world happening. Do you know what? We're going to come back and have a bit more. What's it called? Engagement. ladies and gentlemen, in reference to this, first of all, Rumi, you said at 12:07. What's the time now? 12:14. Rumi, if you're still here, my ride or die, Mr. Tom 81. If you're still in the chat, brother, much love to you, geezer. Much love to you and Kels. Hope you're good and well. Right, let's get back to it. And Silly Singularity, all the way in Singapore. Big up to you. Right here, right now, if we could get Morgan Gibbs White in, but it would mean Cash and Gallagher going. Would you, Eric? Good night to you, buddy. Would you take this? Would you, just simple yes or no? Gallagher and Cash to land MGW. He's still here, brother. Much member for 29 months. This guy, honestly, again, via YouTube, via social media, this guy is very, 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 very important in my life. Extremely important in my life. Yeah, I'm going to stop because I might go on a bit of a tangent on my love for this man, and it's very, very real. Much love to you, brother. Much love to you. But yeah, it's where are we? Let's go back. I just, like I said, going back to it, I think Conor Gallagher under De Zerbi, we started seeing what he can offer. I think Conor Gallagher, you look at that. There's so many people like saying, oh my God, Bentancur needs to sign a new contract because he was brilliant when he came back. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. But I think, see, this is the thing. We're going to have to wait and see. Look, I want Morgan Gibbs White at Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. Without a shadow of a goddamn doubt. Without a shadow of a goddamn doubt, I want Morgan Gibbs White at this football club. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction of a signing than that. And like I said, when that announcement is made, if I'm at home, I will be live immediately. But I'd have to keep moving the monitor like this up and down because I'll be standing up, dancing, singing, because he is the one that I badly want at this football club. Everyone knew how happy I was going, and then when it got called off, my heart was broken. I'm prepared to go through it again. I'm prepared to go through it again. And hopefully, big up to you, buddy. Look, yes and no. Yes and no. But I would say, mate, put it this way. If we hadn't got De Zerbi in and we'd stuck with Tudor, we were down. We were down. So West Ham tailed off at the end. We didn't. We got the points when they mattered. De Zerbi did have something to do with it, but West Ham obviously did play a part in it as well. My faith in the World Cup is Portugal, and the final will be France, Portugal, and Portugal. Do you know what? There's so many people that are saying Portugal, but I think the only thing stopping them is a striker. That's it. I think their midfield is sensational. You'd love to be, mate. Chelsea need but yeah, nothing more than the NLD. On the 19th, yep, that will be the day. What time do they come out? 9 in the morning. So that would be what? Oh, I'll be at work. So I can't even go live. But we'll see. No disrespect, but the MLS players are about to get shell shot this week. Yeah, there's going to be. Oh, mate, if England win the World Cup. Captain Blimp, what a name. Captain Blimp. I don't think I would have remembered that name, mate. Welcome to the show. I hope you're good and well. Anyone that is new, to the channel or this show, please just smash a like and subscribe to the channel if you like the content. Trying to grow the channel. It'll be great to get this show, the recognition and the great community that we got, even bigger. Because you can see Canada getting 4 points. I hope so. I hope so. I can't. Charlton North. I'm so sorry. I can't remember why I said. Oh, that's when we're talking about the striker. My God, how far behind? Jesus. My primary school headmaster was a Spurs fan, and he did football. There you go. There you go. Oh, is he mate? How do you say it? Haitian? Either way, in the We Are Tottenham TV sweepstakes, we got one team from Group 4, Pot 4, Pot 3, Pot 2, Pot 1, and I got Haiti. So come on, the Haiti. Oh, there we go. Is the what? Oh, so there you go. I would take Peter Crouch over Richie. I'll take Helder Postiga over him. Actually, lie. Helder Postiga, I'd have taken over Mwani. Vincent Janssen and Timo Werner, I'd have taken over Mwani. Aussie Ange, Brian. Yep. They won the title in 15. Not Aussie Ange. I love the optimism. I love the optimism. Love it. But what you got to remember, the league has changed drastically in 10 years. In 10 years, which will now be 11 by the end of this season. There's absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance. But I'll tell you what, buddy. I'll tell you what. If everyone... What? Wait a minute. Let me just check right now. It's not going to be 5,000 to 1. Just for shits and giggles. Odds for Tottenham to win the Premier League. Let's have a look. Let's go on Bet365. Let's just have a quick check. Let me just have a quick check. Why won't it let me search? No, you have to join. Piss off. Let's have a look. Oh, wait a minute. Tottenham. Let's have a look. Check real-time odds on Odds Checker. Let's have a look. Is this for 26-27? Right, let's go down. Tottenham. Right, listen, I when it comes to looking at betting things, I don't know. Someone back home in the UK, please have a quick look and check the odds. This is just, I don't think we're going to win it. I don't think. Check the odds for Tottenham to win the Premier League. Roma Leicester were 5,000 to 1. Tottenham to win the Premier League, mate, the odds are going to be insane. They won't be 5,000 to 1, but it's just not going to be a chance. Top 6 or 7, we get a goal scorer. Where are we? Let's try and catch up with everything. Control-based delete. How are you, buddy? How are you, geezer? Okay, do you know what? Let me scroll down a bit. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to scroll down a bit so we can catch up with everything, so we can be more relevant. Let's have a look. Because I just saw a couple of comments. Let's see where we are. I am coming to Toronto for a match. I want to visit all the Spurs support. Brother, you just let me know. Reach out to me on social media, or you got my email address that I dropped in the chat. When you come to Toronto, brother, let me know, and you'll come to the Scotland Yard with me for sure. What's the... Well, should be able to get... Mate, honestly, directors of football is imperative for me that the manager does it. Take strong willpower and kudos to everyone on the journey. Exactly. This one we're talking about addiction. Oh, mate. You're in the state. Okay, mate. Come over, hop over the border. Come over to the yard to Toronto. And I'll take you to the Scotland Yard, and I think, and I'm not just blowing my head, I'll give myself an ego. I think across YouTube and the Spurs community, outside of pubs and Tottenham, the Scotland Yard has become the most well-known Spurs pub outside of Tottenham. And even the Scotland Yard tell me when I go there for match days, they'd literally say to me, do you know what, during the week someone came in and they were from England or from here or from there. When people, the bar staff started chatting and whatever, and they're like, oh, you're on your vacation, where are you from, blah, blah, blah. They're like, yeah, but we've come from XYZ, and the reason here, we're Spurs fans, and do you know a guy called Brian? And they're like, yup. And they're like, you. So the Scotland Yard always look after me. But there are people I met, I think I've told this story before, but there was a North London derby. It was at home. I think it was the game where we lost 3-2. You know when Mickey van der Ven scored a goal, they went 3-0 up or 3-1 up at half-time, and Mickey van der Ven had a goal disallowed for offside when he was actually... Whatever. I sit at the same table every game. My table is reserved all season. My table is my table and my people that sit with me. And to the left, there was a table, and there was, during that game, there was a guy just watching the game, but was whenever I was turning around, he was looking at me, not in in a threatening way. It was just, anyway, went at half time, went out to have a vape. Guy comes up to me, goes, Brian, yeah? Brian Daigle from We Are Tottenham TV, Tottenham and Tour. I was like, yeah. And I was like, what? Obviously, how you doing? He goes, oh, mate, I'm so happy to meet you. I love you to bits. Leave you out, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I've literally just landed from Australia. And the very first thing I said when I got through customs is, how do I get to the Scotland Yard? Because it's the NLD. And he had literally been on that massive flight, came to the Scotland Yard because he knew and seen me on you, not because of me, but because it was Spurs Arsenal Spurs pub. And he even said, can you do me a favour? I'm about to call my son to say we've landed, I'm here. If I turn the camera over, can you do an as always leave? And it blows my mind that people that have gone into that pub or come to me, I've seen you on your... It's insane. But yeah, come over, mate. The Scotland Yard is the pub to be at. The spiders don't care. Or actually, in Australia, I would care. But the snakes, yeah, no, thank you. I wish I could understand what that was saying. But Joe, let me see if I'm copying. I won't let me copy and paste. I don't know your names. I can't address you or what you're saying, but welcome. I hope you're good and well. Big up, Lee. Big up, Lee. I hope you're good. Mate, any other reptile? Lizards. My mates used to have lizards. Love them. Love them. I've just seen... I don't know why you didn't get a notification, Curly brother, but I hope you're good and well. I must admit, I was like, where's he been? You're normally one of the first in. But fair play. This is where we're talking about when I was talking about Ben and Sim. Yeah, honestly, people they get a lot of love, and deservedly so. They get a lot of negativity as well, and obviously it comes with the territory. But it doesn't matter whether you like them, love them, loathe them, hate them, meh about them. I will tell you now, and again I'll say, if I hadn't have found or joined We Are Tottenham TV, I knew about the channel before, but never had called in during that COVID time and whatever. When I first came on, I was close to having a drink again because of COVID, and becoming a regular on that show gave me a purpose and gave me something to. And they are, forget the channel, forget anything individually. My life would be a very, very sad place without them in it. Danny K is I love that man. By the way, if anyone ever sees Danny Kiriakou say it's my birthday, don't give him any attention. It's not my birthday is due the 22nd. Every year from the beginning of May till my birthday, every single time I'm on a show or or he sees me on a show, or he's on a show, and he sees me in the chat, he'll say happy birthday. It's not. Just ignore him. But I do love him. I do love him. I'm waiting for us to say no, thank you. No, thank mate. I heard a rumor of that. Just please, God, no. Please, God, no. Steve, my brother don't drink because they seen what it did to me. Yeah. Always much love to you. I'm leery with the lack of. Yeah, look. I think the striker links and all that will come. Do you know what? A lot of Spurs fans right now, and I was like it up until Senesi was kind of announced, was like, where's the movement? What are we doing? Where are we going? And then you got to realise the window hasn't even goddamn opened. We're so used to what we're doing right now being halfway, 3/4 of the way through the window and run out of time. It's literally, we have got so much time, and I understand where you come from, but I'm not worried. I'm not. I'm sure me and Courtney could possibly. You're more than welcome, buddy. More than welcome. If it's true Van Hecke only wants Spurs, we should have a major concern. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you got to be a bit of a. You got to have some kind of crazy gene in you if that's how you. Mate, we're Spurs fans. We know all about it. 7.5%. Okay, so that's the only reason Van Hecke. 100%. Curly, 100%. I've said it since the get-go. If Roberto De Zerbi was not the Tottenham Hotspur manager, not a chance in hell this deal gets done. And I shared on. I still got it here. Yeah, I mean, I'll share it again just for the people that weren't at the show at the beginning. Billy T put it on his Twitter. Let me get it up. Let's see if it lets me. It should let me zoom in. So this is obviously you can see the image. I'm gonna make it. Oops! Have I pushed the wrong button? Right. Let me just go because I'm making it so big. You can probably see. Can you see it properly? Yeah. Here, where he has said, "This is when De Zerbi left." Gaffer, thank you very much. You changed my life. You changed my life. I'm really thankful for what you did for me. I'm really upset that you're leaving. Once it is totally, utterly, completely a De Zerbi deal. And if De Zerbi was not at this football club, this deal wouldn't be happening. I'm absolutely convinced in it, without a shadow of a goddamn doubt, when it comes to him. And thank God. Yeah, 100% salary, 100%. I think it's a good deal. When it comes to wins, they don't ask how, they ask how many, mate. What, mate? Honestly, 100%. We always talk about during transfer windows, we want quality, not quantity. I used to think having so many friends and being very, very popular was the be all and end all and kind of a status. No. You learn very, very quickly. I would rather have 5 to 10 friends that I know, no matter what, would be by my side if I needed them. Like, I know for a fact I could call Ben and Sim. I could call Scott. I could call. There's a good few people I know I could call right now and go, right, I'm in real shit. Shit's about to go down. I need your help. And next flight, bang, I'm there. Just hold tight for XYZ. I'm on my way. And other people outside of YouTube. And that is what it's all about. That is what it's all about. You learn very, very quickly. It's, mate, Red Dwarf is just brilliant. My favourite is Crichton. I fucking love Crichton, mate. I've trademarked that, by the way. Papa Don Preach. If I ever see anyone open a restaurant called Papa Don Preach, the copyright, the trademark or whatever, I will go for it. What about you now? I mean, that's a good one. Went to Comic-Con this year, and the forecast read all for there, mate. My mum actually years ago met Craig Charles. I can't remember where, but Craig Charles spent about 15-20 minutes talking to my mum and was like, he's a lovely, lovely man. Mate, you're flying, mate. It's now 5:35 a.m. Mate, we are cooking with gas. When I said we're going for it today, normally, guys, you would have seen the people that are with me all the time. I'm normally yawning. I'm normally like, right, okay. Well, normally I think the longest one we've done is about 2 hours. Here we are, 3.5, and still going strong. Curry House called the Red Ring. Mate, that wouldn't be a bad one. I'll take a traffic cone over our two strikers. Yup. Oh, Richard, I can guarantee you. This is probably the safest space on YouTube. And I don't just mean Tottenham. I mean for talking about mental health and addiction, apart from the wonderful mental health and addiction channels that are out there. And by the way, it's going to be harder to organise now that I'm working. I am going to bring out a sub channel which is based solely on addiction and mental health and helping people and having live chats and guests on, and if they feel comfortable. And please God, that channel will take off, and not just with Spurs fans, a wider range of people. And I've said, should we get to the 1,000 subscribers and monetary or monetization, with every month's membership, super chats, whatever, 50% of all the money raised or the money accumulated for the month will be split. The 50% will be split 25 and 25 to a mental health and addiction charity here and back home. And the other 50% is going to go into a separate account so I can save up to do my addiction counselling night course, so I can become, because that's what I really want to do. As much as I love my customer service and everything, I want to give back. And the way I stopped drinking was when I went to the rehab centre that I went to, which was a day centre, weren't overnight, was a recovering alcoholic. And if I can give back, that's the plan. There will be as much as I will still talk mental health and everything on here, I plan to open up a mental health and addiction support channel. And it could be just doing shows off the cuff and just playing games together or quizzes or whatever. But for people that are in dark places or feeling like falling off the wagon or depressed and alone, to just come in. So yeah, this will always be a safe place, brother. I can promise you that. Mate, I'll take in a heartbeat, Richard. In a heart, mate, I would take one Vincent Janssen, one Helder Postiga over him. Where are we? Also, mate, whenever you're here, it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. And it's good to hear that you're busy. That's what everyone wants to be. Where are we? Not too... Oh, there. So we've caught up. I think I'm catching up 12:10. Oh, my God, I'm only 90. Come on. I've got to 29 minutes behind. Mate, Steve... If Jonathan Boyd was still here, I'd be saying the 5 steps of delusion. Steve Turner is absolutely Delusionville. Hotter, mate. I would absolutely goddamn love that. For that, then I'll chuck Conor Gallagher in plus cash. That would be sensational. That would be sensational. Great. There you go. There's a link there. Steve, wouldn't it be best to have Archie playing a set position, i.e. number 6? Mate, do you know what? This is the thing. At Tottenham right now, especially bringing Paulinho, I can't see where he gets the game time. Obviously, there'd be rotation, but we keep saying to everyone, and like I said, I don't like talking Archie Gray because it veers the show into a heated discussion. I think if we went to a Palace, let's just say what we were saying earlier, Wharton came in and it was money plus Gray on loan for a month. He'll play every game. He'll play every game in a set position for Palace and show what he's got. Right, we spoke to singularity. There was a moment we just stayed up. The fans were singing De Zerbi. He was just breathing it all in. He has, Richard. He has fallen hook, line and sinker from what I'm hearing. He really has. And let's see what that leads to. Big up, Neil. Big up, Neil. I hope you're good and well, buddy. Matty Cash doesn't play for Forest. Where are we? Mate, Morgan Gibbs White, just go. Mate, you know it's always from the heart when it comes to you. I will say, me and Tom went up. I saw him when I was back in England, and we haven't. I think the time before I wasn't able to see him because it was all the celebrations for my mum's anniversary. Was that the last time I was back? Oh no, when I came back at Christmas. I hadn't seen him for a while. When I saw him at Ben's Coffee House, we had a big hug and it got emotional. Both had a little cry. Love you, brother, if you're still here. Love you dearly. A real big club should be able to... Bingo! I'm waiting for a while. Okay. You're okay. I know what you're talking about. So yeah. Flipping, mate, I would love nothing more than to go. There you go, 50-1 for Spurs to win the league. I think that's very generous. Thank you, Rumi. Ride or die, 50-1. Plus 5,000. Courage. You know what? And any North American, I don't gamble. I used to gamble on the fruit machines, and when I go to the casino, roulette, but I don't put bets on it, bookies or whatever. But I understand the terminology back home. That's why I said someone back home. I understand 50-1. For every £50, you get, for every £1, you put on, you get 50 back. North America, which says plus 5,000, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely none. But it doesn't matter because it's not my bag. Good stuff though, reaching out to fans, but mate, it's the best thing. It's the best thing. If you've gone, Rabbit Man, have a great night or morning, whatever. There you go. So it's coming in 51. I'm on Scotland Yard website. Oh yeah. Mate. That was done. That was done a couple of years ago. And it was a guy so the Scotland Yard is a very, I want to say famous. It is a famous pub. It's been in tons of movies. If anyone on this in the chat has seen the movie Pixels with Adam Sandler and Kevin James, where the pub scenes at the Scotland Yard, it's been in many a movie. The outside and the road it's on is used a hell of a lot for TV shows here, whether it be Canadian or American shows. It is an incredible pub. But anyway, they had connections. They're like, right, we're doing a video to highlight this is the home of Tottenham and blah, blah, blah. And the Scotland Yard obviously said, Brian, can you... So, of course, and they had the Irish guy, Martin. You'll see the Irish guy talking. Me and him doing most of the talking. He is such a brilliant guy. He's an absolute lunatic, but he's a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant guy. And yeah, they did that advert where I'm saying it's a home from home. Honestly, Tom will know very much, Tom 81, and anyone that knows me closely, that pub, the Scotland Yard to me is the best pub in the world. The best pub in the world. When I'm back home and in Tottenham, everyone knows Coach and Horses is where I'm at. May go to another couple of pubs before or after, but you want to find me, my home is the Scotland Yard, the Coach and Horses. But when I'm back in London, I miss the Scotland Yard something rotten. I can't explain. It is a family. When a pub is prepared to open up at 6:30 in the morning for you on a Saturday for a 7:30 kickoff, which is the 12:30 kickoff, brother, reach out to me on social media or via my email. Just let me know as and when you come over. We'll keep in touch between the time that just reach out to me. We'll keep in contact. But when you know you're coming, you'll come and sit at my table. We are funny enough, you'd never guess it. We are the noisiest table. We are the table that sets the atmosphere. I have the best view, literally, like you are looking at your computer or your whatever device you're looking at right now. That's basically the view of my table at the Scotland Yard. Literally, the big table at one end, big screen literally in front of you, and there's 4 screens. Just the best seat in the house. Let's see where else we got. Simon Van Hecke, Gabco, I believe, is a non-starter. I don't want Somerville. I just think he had a very good second half of the season. I think we can do a lot better. But I understand, or I don't understand the hype, but there's a lot of talk about him. You were at the Scotland Yard in August 2019 for the August 19. Was I in England? 2019 2-2. Mate, 2019. I was in the country. I was there. I was literally in the pub. Let me just check. Spurs 2. Was that at Manchester City or was that at Tottenham, Curly? In fact, 2000. Wait a minute. Spurs v Manchester City 2019. 2019, Tottenham Hotspur played a legendary 4-game series. Wait a minute, are you talking about the Champions League? Oh no, you said 2-2. So 1 second, Premier League, because that's it. Premier League. Okay, let's have a look. Premier League matchup included a 1-0 win for Manchester City in April and a 2-2 draw. Okay, let's have a look. 2-2 draw. Raheem Sterling, Aguero, Eric Lamela, and of course Harry Kane. Oh yeah, I do. Right? Yeah, no, I was there. Mate, I was there. And that was the first year. Wait a minute, 2019, we got to the Champions League final. That was the last year of Spurs Canada, and the next season we became Toronto Spurs. Mate, I was in the pub. How dare you not know me back then? But you need, mate, what did you think, Curly, what did you think of the Scotland Yard? Big up, Henry. Good night, Rumi, brother. Much love to you. Oh, really? Because I will say I refuse to download TikTok. I absolutely refuse, point blank. And there was a couple of reasons. First of all, when I saw all these pranks that were getting done and all this, like the school pranks and people getting, but I was just like, you know what? I've got enough social media. I've got Insta, I've got Facebook, I've got Twitter. I've never downloaded Snapchat or whatever. I'm like, nope, I'm just not downloading it. Mate, fair play to him. I hope he's got a big following and a big chat. And fair play. Anyone that does, fair play to them. Raymond, hi Richard James, how are you? So there, yeah, he's mentioned a few players. Big up to you. They were away at City, mate. We 100%. We 100% did. Been away 22 hours. Okay. Mate, why didn't I see that? First of all, Steve, thank you for the super chat again, brother. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate the support. And thank you everyone that has. You can be, mate. That I understand that. That I'll give you. I'll give you a free pass with that one. It was awesome. Somebody even invited us before the game to get our take. Not sure if it was, mate. They're. Oh wait a minute! I know exactly what game that was now. I know exactly what game that was. Right. I'll tell you exactly who that was. So, for people that don't know, when we changed in 2000 after the Champions League final going into that season, we changed from Canada Spurs to Toronto Spurs, and mainly because Toronto Spurs was the biggest, or Toronto membership was by far the biggest club out of the Vancouver Spurs, Ottawa Spurs, and all the other ones. And when all the money came in, and it all went to Canada Spurs, never to Tottenham Hotspur, but went into a pot. Whenever it came to like doing Christmas parties or end of season party or anything we wanted to do, all the money got split. Not okay. Toronto Spurs bring in 65% of the money. So when it comes to parties, they get 65% of the budget. It was split, and we're like, with the time zone differences and trying to arrange board meetings and blah. A few of us said, listen, we need to have the conversation. I was on the board of Spurs Canada for a season. Obviously, it'd been going a lot longer before I came on the scene. And a few of us at Toronto Spurs were like, we need to break away because this pub and the fan base has got a huge potential to become massive. And we did. But where am I going with this? So where I'm going with this is when we broke up, somehow, and I can't remember the exact way, but we had someone, and I think they're still part of Toronto Spurs, who knew or knows, and a lot of basketball fans and North American fans knew Steve Nash, who is a very, very famous basketball player, Hall of Famer, and diehard Spurs fan whose dad was born in Spurs. And he came to the Scotland Yard to open the week before we played Villa, or a couple of days before we played Villa. He came into the Scotland Yard and only members were allowed to come in and meet him. And he spent about 3 hours with us, just chilling and chatting around the table. Such a nice guy. I like an incredible guy. But also in connection with that was, and where I'm getting with this, the people that would have interviewed you, Curly, that was the first year DAZN broke. And DAZN were giving away free membership for a couple of seasons, blah, blah, blah. And DAZN were in the corner. They were doing interviews. So you'd have been interviewed by DAZN. So you may have it on DAZN. You may have it on DAZN, buddy. Check. Is it called DAZN, whatever you want to call it? But yeah, the Scotland Yard was, mate, it's even bigger and better now. It is bigger and better now. When I say the Everton game, when I say standing room only, we've had times before where we've had to turn people away because there may have been a couple of spaces available, but obviously health and safety and official capacity. But also what the Scotland Yard have is a little bit next door, there is another bar that they own that don't normally open up. Used to be called the ABC, the Amsterdam Brewing Company. Now it's called something else. But when it comes to big games, they open that up as well, and that gets filled up. The way Toronto Spurs are going, I think we have about 700 members now, and that's not just people that live in Toronto. That's people that live elsewhere in Canada. There's people that I know that have visited and from England, and they give $25 a month just to be a member, so it goes towards everything we do. We do a lot of charity. We work with an incredible charity called the Regent's Park soccer school, whatever. Can't believe I just said the S word. Football school. And we raised, I think it was $12,000 this year for them. And what they are is they are a charity that go around into underprivileged areas and offer free football lessons, coaching, football teams, kits, boots, everything. It's just a wonderful family, Toronto Spurs. It is an incredible pub. It is an incredible supporters club. And anyone that comes to Scotland Yard, they always have a whale of the time. It 100% was the zone. And I can't believe 7 years apart, brother. I guarantee you, we cross paths. Obviously, the Scotland Yard is as you know, it's a massive pub. It is a colossal sized pub. There is no doubt whatsoever that at some point, like a sliding doors moment, you and I crossed paths. Maybe even had a conversation with each other. You got to remember, 2019, I was only watching We Are Tottenham TV. I had never been on it. I was a year away from going on it. So incredible. We're going to have to arrange it that you come back. We're going to have to rewrite what all that is about. But ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call it at 5-1, which is 5-6 UK time. We've had a mammoth 3-hour, 52-minute show. Should I wrap it up to 4 hours? Mate, listen, Curly, like I said, when does the NFL fixtures list come out? As in guaranteed, confirmed, this is what is happening this season? When does it come up? All right, 4 hours. We're going to call it 4 hours. So we're going to go for another 7 minutes. But Curly, when does we're going to do it? Do you know what it is? Stoppage time. Stoppage time has come out, and the ref is showing 8 hours. Oh, yeah, it's out already. Right, Curly, let's make a pact, brother. 19th of June, the Premier League fixtures come out. Let's see if there is a Saints Jet game, and it kind of culminates around a big Tottenham game, and maybe we'll sort it out. And I'll tell you what, you come over for a game before the end of the season. I'll come back over to New York and watch a game with you in New York. How's that sound for a deal? How's that for a deal? Oh, mate, we've all been winners tonight. We've had a great show. We've spoken about personal things. We've spoken about the club. We've had some silliness. We've had some delusion. We've had some. We've had a lot of things. And stoppage time or added time. We're already winning. And I can guarantee we're going to hold off for the next 6 minutes for that win by BKZ. Mate, we've got to. We've got to. Big up, Dave. How are we, geezer? Thank you. Good morning to you. I was about to say good morning to you. It's good morning here. I can't believe it's almost 1 o'clock. For all the subs and likes that the channel may have picked up today. And once again, for the incredible interaction between you guys in the chat. Once again, as you guys probably all know, when you come into this show, all the comments will be shared and spoken about and discussed. Nothing gets neglected, forgotten. Everyone feels part of the show. and most importantly, the community being built within this show always are respectful and mindful and engaging and hospitable and respectful and all the buzzwords in a positive manner. You guys, like I said, every single Late Night Lilywhite, you guys are the show. I'm just the one that brings up the comments and the mouthpiece, and I am going to get it to again. That I will bring guests on. I really will. Aussie COYS, sorry. This is the thing. Like I said, you know, people that come into this show just know I can sit down, relax, just not have to think, oh my God, who's going to be in that chat? Is there going to be any drama? Is there going to be... It is such a refreshing thing. And do you know what? You see it on chats and shows were like, right, you calm down. Hey, you two stop it. You've been warned. He's a job. Nothing. Here, it's you guys that make it. Carly, brother, we'll talk very, very soon, and we'll definitely make the pact happen. We'll definitely make the happen. We're hoping so. We are hoping so, Dave. There's look, listen, we haven't moved like this ever before a window opens. We've heard the rumours, we've heard the blagging, but never had the action. 2 in, I believe the other 2 will be done. Van Hecke before the World Cup. Savinho could be done this week, maybe next week, but I think that gets done as well. 4 before the window opens will be certainly something different. Aussie is saying good night to Curly as we enter the final 3 minutes of the show. So any other questions, any other, or as I say, any other business, ladies and gentlemen. I will say once again to you guys, it has been a great show. Loved every single second of it. Like I said, it's going to be guaranteed every Sunday, Late Night Lilywhite, guaranteed. But during the week, hopefully, I'll pop up, but it will be pop-ups. I think he will go out. I think he will get out the door. I've said before, I think his decision making is really, really poor and needs to improve. But I think he's got more potential than Odebear, which ain't saying much. Listen, we still got them. I want this football club to be challenging for the top, and I don't think Matisse Tell does it. This is different before the window. So it is. It's sorcery, Aussie. It's absolute sorcery. Who do you think would be a good suck? Yeah, we said Garassi, we said Vlahovic. There was another one, not Lennon. There was another striker we mentioned. I can't even remember who it was now. Oh, that's going to piss me off. People in the chat, Garassi, it weren't Lennon. Garassi. Oh, why have I? Mamouche. I'd love Mamouche. I'd love him. I really would. The midfield needs to be fit. There's. I would. I'm not Switchblade. Big up to you, buddy. I wouldn't go for Belieber. I'd love Scott, and I think Scott would be the easiest deal to get done. And I mean, personal terms, whatever. Finances with Bournemouth will be what it is, but Alex Scott will go. Spurs, yeah, we'll give you this and this, and he'll go, yup, whatever. Wharton would be incredible. Swap Belieber with MGW, and then you're talking. Could do. I mean, why not? Yeah, I feel that way. Listen, there's a Celery Brother. There's talk. When I say talk, I'm not talking transfer wise. I'm talking the Kudus. People are saying they'd like to see Kudus at 10. What he does do for Ghana. So Xavi could go there, but then you've got the problem with, okay, who's going right wing? The good thing with Savinho is he can go left or right. That's a massive plus with Savinho. He can play both flanks. Number 10, I said, Morgan Gibbs White is the main priority for me in midfield. Number 10, I would love Paz. I think Paz is brilliant. But again, no Premier League experience. Will we go for a 10? I think we might do, but I think striker and then ball playing midfielder and Gibbs White, please God, are the bigger issues, in my opinion. We've gone over the 4 hours, but I'm going to finish these questions. I've started, so I'll finish. As they said in Mastermind, a quiz show back home. Yeah, if only. True set free, if only. If only. Then I would be singing the Gabrielle song, Dreams Can Come True. I would love, mate, honestly, nothing would give us all greater pleasure than to see that man back in the Spurs shirt, but just never happening in a gazillion years. They do. See, if what you're saying, that opens the door for Scott, doesn't it? Isn't it amazing that Paratici, who is known for these type of deals, right now I'm saying give Vuskovic to Brighton to sweeten the deal for Van Hecke. I'm saying give Gray and cash to get Wharton and at Gray on loan, and now it's get Tell to Bournemouth as a carrot to offer plus cash for Scott. I think I'm becoming Paratici, but legit, not corrupt. Marmoush, I think would be I think Marmoush is an outstanding player, and used correctly, I think he could be outstanding. Switchblade, I don't know if you agree with what I just said, brother. I think offering Vuskovic a new contract that he signed and sending Vuskovic to Brighton as part of the Van Hecke deal on loan for a season is an absolute win for Tottenham. Van Hecke comes in, Vuskovic goes in and immediately can be a like-for-like replacement stature-wise. We know how well Brighton develops players. We'll finally see him in the Premier League and see how he is, and he'll come back to Spurs a better player. I think that's win-win. Like I said, we're going. Oh, please no, Tom. Don't. If De Zerbi wants experience and leaders in the squad, then what? Do you know what, Switchblade? That's been. I will say under Conte and Jose, I love Pierre. I love Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. I just can't see it happening. He would look. He'd obviously play the role, but I'd rather Paulinho, if I'm honest. Mate, do you know what, Tom? I think they could, this year. I think they could, but I think this year it would be literally. There's no release fee. Don't get me wrong. I think he would sit if let's just say they wanted, and this is just me spitting out numbers. If they wanted 70 million, or let's say 75, so it's 15 more than we offered. I think he'd do it 75, 80 for Tottenham, and then probably 70, 65 for anyone else. But Morgan Gibbs White hasn't got the issue of the problematic pregnancy, which is the number one thing that he has to take care of. And football would have been nothing to him, would have meant nothing to him at the time. I think Gibbs White now, with no release, it's another year down this contract. Maybe he could force it through more. And like Liverpool did with Van Dijk, they dicked Southampton around all season or all summer, and then come the January window, January the 1st, right, Southampton, we dicked you about how much do you want? 75 mil, done, 75 mil. If we get given a figure, whatever it may be, let's just say it is 75. I think 75 million for Gibbs White, I'll take it all day. English, the amount of goals he scores, the versatility. At today's market, English, whatever it is, what it is. Yep, mate, Ron, get used to more like this because I have to get my body in sync. Like right now, this time Now it is tomorrow. Now it is Monday. This time tomorrow, I'm only an hour and a half through my day at 1 a.m. I will be literally taking my first break from my shift at this time. So I need to get my body clock in shape. Mate, Switchblade, in all honesty, I hope Mikey Moore goes back to Rangers. And the reason I say Rangers is look at what happened with Jamie Donnelly. And I'm only using Donnelly as an example for why I say he did incredible at Leyton Orient. Absolutely goddamn incredible. Came back and we thought, and Spurs were like, right, you need to go to the Championship. He went to the Championship. Stoke was an awful move for him and the wrong fit. Then he went to Oxford and got injured. So it just goes to show, yes, he did very well, Mikey Moore. He excelled at Rangers. And let's face it, Scottish League, yeah. But he goes back to Scotland. Unlike Donnelly, we know he's going to play regularly under this manager. We know he's going to develop. He knows the club. He's loved at the club. And this could do a lot more for him to get regular football and be somewhere he loves than go somewhere where it could go horribly wrong and stump his progress. So I would hope Mikey goes to Norwich. Norwich? Why the fuck did Norwich come into my head? I've got no idea how Norwich came to me. I hope he goes back to Rangers. I really do. The $64 million question, and we'll never know the answer. We'll never know the answer. Wish me birthday, Brian. I hope. Oh, it's your birthday today. Very, very, very happy birthday. I'm going to say Ren Kumar. I'm not going to try and say I'm not going to try and butcher your name. But if it's your birthday, wishing you a very, very happy birthday. I'm a June. There's so many people that are born in June. June is the greatest month. Ben got Senesi and then Hecke during last night, moving very, very closely. Why not continue the birthdays? Deserby had Belieber also on a short list of players he wants from Brighton, along with, like I said, Belieber, not this season, just got the season before, really, really exciting. I'd rather we went elsewhere. But listen, if Deserby wants him, Deserby knows him, blah, blah, blah. Van Hecke. Verbruggen I'll take, but I love Kinski. But Verbruggen I'll definitely take. Philip, always good to see you, brother. We Marmoush, Goracio, Vlahovic. It will be in no particular order, but Marmoush top. Right, I think I'm getting to the part where we've gone past 4 hours, so I'm going to carry on for a bit more. Fuck it. We should pay Man City a bit extra for Savinho and just get it over the line. Tom, what I will say, this one is, from what I understand and what been told, it is pretty much done. It is pretty much done. All they are discussing right now, Savinho has signed off, everything agreed, personal terms done. Package for Manchester City transfer-wise accepted. The final part that's getting done is potential bonuses and add-ons. That's it. This one's going through. This one is going through. I have no doubt in my mind from everything I'm hearing. But we shall see. We shall see. And again, we were saying earlier, Tom, when it comes to us, we've been burnt so many times when hearing this or thinking a deal has got that far. And this is what ENIC have got to try to do regularly to shut people up by getting these deals done and over the line and in. But this is very, 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 very far down the line. This is final stages. Just having a quick check on Twitter to see if anything has been said. Let's have a look if there's any breaking news. You never know with this show. News could break at the last moment. Let's have a look. That was 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago was what? 8 o'clock. Okay, so that's fine. That's talking about that. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything breaking just now. No, my luck, something will break as soon as soon as we come off air. But yeah, I think this pretty much is as good as done. Barbaric, big up to you, brother. Big up to you. And the final comment before I do sign off. What about saying? Yeah, again, like I was just saying, Switchblade. The only issue I have with it, yes, it could be great for him, but we know what's going to happen at Scotland, at Rangers. We know he's going to get played. We know he's going to improve. Going to another one could either side of the coin. Final comment. I hope we have a good night this summer, like we had with Xavi last year, and I hope you survive it, Daigle. I'm hoping for another Xavi stream. I'm hoping for another Xavi stream. That was superb, and hopefully there'll be many more like that. And final, Tom, thank you very much indeed for the super chat, buddy. You didn't have to. We really do appreciate all the support. I will leave it there, guys, at 4 hours, 11 minutes. Everyone, I hope you have a wonderful evening, morning, day, week, and get ready for the World Cup. Ben and I will be back at 2 p.m. UK time, which is 9 a.m. my time, for the dual Tottenham on Tour coffee show stream. So I will say good night to everyone, good morning to everyone, good afternoon to everyone. Like, comment, share, subscribe. And as always, Enoch out. Tottenham Tour.